Hey, how's it going? Are you there? I assume the money was there. Yeah, you went and checked out the US. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I was like, I had to go pick up my daughter, so I made it to like two maps or three maps maybe before I hit 97. But okay. Yeah, I made it super close, but I wanted to put up shit on the auction house before to get her so that everything's sold because I don't know how much money I have in there. I think I have like 5K or maybe 6K again, but I went down to like nothing after buying the belt and forming it to Erica, and then I have enough deep space probes on E1 and E2 though, so um, should be good. Yeah, I just been getting bored of the compass stuff because I don't know, maybe I feel like I'm doing shit wrong when I see streamers like playing other things and have like over 5K. I don't think I'm making anywhere near 5K. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. There's one random American last night that's kind of a weirdo. That's not even like super well known. I don't think. I think it's Kithix. He had over. Oh, yes. Yeah, he was getting he like for his whole stream like a 6 hours or 8 hours, however long he did. He got 10K. I know there were some lucky drops in there. He got like conquest coins or something. I think it was over 6 hours. He got 10K per hour though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you check out his stream from yesterday, he got lucky drops and stuff because I saw it dip. His calculator said per hour. Yeah, it's true. I mean, he dropped conquest coins. I think they were. Um, but yeah, he averaged over 10K per hour for a 6 or 8 hours or however long he was doing it. So I was like, man, I must be doing something wrong. But the compasses have been like a steady stream. I was gonna switch to do some cube, but I figured like why make less if I can do the same? And I think I'm good with E1 now in deep space. Like I was getting pissed off in the beginning, but that was because I had to fish. Um, like back then, I think I even did some maps with bedded swamp where I can do them. It's just one unlucky move, and I have to waste those tokens, and I don't want to waste the tokens because I want to save them for SS20. But I mean, I was just grinding her a bunch the past uh, like 2 nights, and I'm pretty good with her now up there. But just was getting bored of the compasses because I don't seem. Yeah, it's been a while, but I mean, like, I guess I made enough I mean, I don't know how much I needed to make, like 4 or 5K to be able to buy the belt and do the reagents. But I did that, and now I have another 5K back on the account. So, but I feel like I played like a lot more hours. But yeah, it's good. I'll keep it. Um, okay. Yeah, that's nuts. I don't think I don't know if I've gotten. Sammy, come here. Come here. Sits. Sits. Okay, come here. Police driving down a little side street with my dog on that I have on leash. Yeah, I mean, I think the main things that I've gotten that were big with it were the golden Netherrealm compasses, where have been constant. The golden axis, not the compass, but like the things that I use, but for compass, yeah, those have been like 200 and something, or 200 a pop. And then Netherrealm stuff has been good. And there's one other thing that was good too. Basically, what people were running that have been a couple hundred per. It's been okay. It just I want to do something different. Dream, I wanted to do Dream, but at night I just go on E2 and like last night I was playing with that belt and it's insane. Hopefully I got a good belt. I don't know if it's any good, but with that belt I just like zip around. It's nuts. And everything, like I target elites first and then everything just like explodes on the screen and I run super fast. Yeah, I just saw the different percentages and stuff. I mean, it seems super effective for me, but I literally bought the cheapest one, so I didn't know if I should have saved like 1K more to get a better one. But yeah, it's been fine. And then I was trying to find a way to do the team comp stuff, but no one was around. Some dude said that he would AFK in it for me, and then I could go up my own levels. But I was like, that's why I was asking you how high I can go. But most of the people were saying that you need like SS20 damage, 2 people. So I mean, I can't carry that. So I could maybe make it to like 4 or 5 alone. But yeah, I just wanted the free attack pet so that I could get like pick one of the ones that we need, which I think is Red Umbrella for E1 to get her higher because I think she's only 2. But I don't know. I was looking and then watching the EU streamers. What's up? Yeah, well, what if I end up figuring out a way? I think I can get it on EU because I found a German streamer that said after PoE launch he's gonna do carries or whatever. So I was gonna hop on that on EU, but in US I haven't found anyone that like even a player in the game. But when I was looking into it, the player pool for EU is like massive compared to US, I guess. So that's why I was thinking like if I should just play on the EU account, even though I just invested a ton of money on the US. I invested in the EU account first, so there's still like it's still a good account, I think. Yeah, it does. It has Ghost Captain level 1. How much better is my US account though? Did he say like 2 times better? 3 times better? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was so weirded out though with why I'm not making that much money if I have a chalk 3 and most people only have like no chalk or chalk 1 just because it was so rare. Oh, oh, that's nuts. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, when you're on the EU account, I guess yeah, take a look and if you let me know how much worse it is if you say 3 times and that's kind of bad, but um I was just giving myself options for next season if because I noticed that the ping is fucked up for me too because I live in Europe, and then the player pool is a lot bigger in EU, so the market's probably better and all that stuff. So I'm thinking about it, but yeah, let me know how much worse you think it is, and then um, I'm thinking if I just is better. Yeah, I have Kong 6, I have Doro 6, I have Cube 5, I have Rocket Girl 6, I have Overrealm 6 or Overrealm 6. Yeah, yeah, and I think my attack bets are I have more. All right, I don't have the ones that I specifically need, but I have more at higher level. I think on EU because I didn't know how to farm target them before. So I just have like a bunch more, but take a look and let me know what you think. And then I think I'm just gonna put like $100 on it or something, maybe. If you think I should get the Vorax now for it. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. I might get Vorax now on it, but yeah. Sammy, Sammy, hey. But yeah, if you just yeah, yeah. I was gonna use the lower ones on my farm, not the big ones, because of the return in the market. But yeah, I was gonna use the lower ones. Yeah, but but yeah, I guess if you take a look and let me know what you think, and then if I put there's gonna be some pulls on there from doing the season journey or whatever, but I'll put a little bit on it. Just let me know what you think I should roll on the EU one. Um, and then what level I can do. I'm not going to farm on that one. I'm going to farm on the US one, but just to take advantage of things now while they're discounting stuff, you know. But yeah, I'll do that. And then what what content do you think the EU one will be able to do once you get it to a couple T, like you said? Is that profound? Okay. With what I yeah, and I don't have Alice on that account, but so okay, yeah, I guess on that one, if you build out um, what you think makes sense, um, the Bang Bus, it would just be the Bang Bus with Kong would just be that short same map running to try and farm the bounty, right? Okay, yeah, so don't make the Bang Bus, I guess, because I think that I would get bored of that. But if on EU, if you could make, I guess I have Cube 5, so if you did Netherrealm, Boss Chest, and Cube, or yeah. I think so, yeah. Okay, yeah, if you look at it on EU. Okay, yeah, because the only other ones I have Doro, but I don't have Alice. Um, and I'm going to be farming on US anyway, but I may try a little EU just to check out the market and see with the ping if it's better. Um, but okay, yeah, I mean now with the belt, it's fucking insane. So So now the things definitely die. But um, yeah. Okay, you're sending the nether realm. Oh, and using a probe. Yeah, yeah. I was using the pig scalpels. Yeah. I just got to figure out how to get my Vorax more juice too. I get it to red most of the time. Well, no, not in the maps. I'm talking about when I do the actual Vorax event. Um, yeah, I've gotten rainbow only like once or twice out of the whole time I've done it. But okay, all right, you're testing out the yeah, E1 felt really good. I played her more than E2, but when it gets late at night and I don't want to dodge stuff, I was doing E2, and then with the belt it was super fun too because everything just exploded. But I mean, E1 is still. I mean, I think she's my favorite. People said that they might nerf her next season. I was like, oh no. Yeah. Yes, I mean, all you have to do with these is now the things just caught up with you. You just go in there and try and go as fast as you can through the floors, right, and hope for another floor, and that's all you do. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remembered it. I didn't really like it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's way more smooth because you don't have to worry about dodging. You just run and everything explodes. But E1 does a lot more damage, so you just have to hop around and try and juke the purple things. Yeah. But, I mean, with the belt now, E2 is faster than E1, but without that belt, I was actually faster with E1. Yeah. Yep. You got it. Damn. All right. Well, I'm gonna get off of voice now. Um, but I appreciate it, and let me know what you think on what I can do on the recommendations for um, on E2, and then yeah, yeah. Thanks, man. Oh, you got a third. Damn. Yeah. Well, good luck.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Welcome to day 18 of teaser season for patch 3.28, the upcoming Mirage League, which is getting very, very close. Today, Grindy Games have given us a bunch of different news pieces. First up, we have this item filter information, more on whether this matters to you or not in a sec. After that, Grindy Games decided to tease us 3 of the new exceptional supports. Congregation Support, which is a minion booster, Vile Sacrifice, which looks fantastic, but also very difficult to use, and Void Shockwave, which is easy to use and looks fantastic. Void Shockwave looks like it just completely and utterly replaces the original Shockwave support, and Shockwave support has always been a pretty good support gem as well. So, lots to go through there. After that, we also have some changes to the patch notes, and, of course, the Atlas. The Atlas tree is out, so we'll discuss that, including some of the changes to pathing down the bottom, have a look what's happened to the content block nodes, they all look different to what they used to, and some very juicy new sections up near the top, as well as some breach nodes that exist now as well. So let's start with where Grindy Games started today, which is the item filter information section. Now, this is going to be one of those spots where it's a bit of a fork in the road. For some of you, you're going to need to extensively pore over this. You're going to need to discuss it far more than I'm going to do in this video. And the people who fit into that category, firstly, maybe your name is Neversink, but even if your name's not Neversink, if you're the sort of person that likes to build your own loot filter from scratch, you want to customize it more than some of the publicly available tools like Neversink's website Filterblade allow you to. If you're in that category, then what you need to do is pour over this, start studying now. There's a link down in the description below. Don't even bother with the rest of the video. Just get to studying that because this is going to be something you'll be poring over for hours. But for most of you, you either use someone else's filter verbatim or you slightly modify it to your taste through the use of one of the tools that exists like Filterblade. In that situation, then this is a source of interesting information rather than being something that you need to closely study the way that poor Neversink is going to have to do for the next little while. The big changes that are here. The first category is called new keywords. What this allows you to do is set it so that if a gem meets one particular condition, and that condition is being imbued, then your loot filter screams. It doesn't care about anything else to do with that gem, it just immediately screams. This is a true or false value. It's going to be false for all gems that drop according to mechanics that we know about at the moment. I would suggest if you're designing your own loot filter, set your loot filter to treat anything that drops with the imbued keyword to be true, initially to be the same tink that you would have for a divine orb. After time, maybe you'll find that this is just a bit too over the top, and at that point, maybe you'll want to then customize it a bit further. But for starters, I think you want to take these drops very seriously because the only mechanism we know of to create imbued gems is something that's very much an endgame thing that uses a pretty important currency item. That's your imbued gems. Take those seriously. Anything that shows up as true, you want to have that screaming out on your filter. And I assume Neversink will do that. He's pretty good with new stuff like that. After this, we have all the new items. This is the stackable currency item class. There's a lot of things that are listed here without information on what they do. Refracting Fog sounds like it's something where it's an intersection between the Delirium mechanic and the Mirage mechanic. We don't know exactly how this works. We don't know what it does. I could even be wrong with my speculation that it's Delirium and Mirage linked, but it's something that could do something interesting. We'll find out what it does later once it goes live. The Essence of Desolation is actually known. This is one that was teased on pathofexile.com/Mirage, and it's got some cool stuff on it. So, there's a couple of derisory mods here. One-handed weapon, two-handed weapon, yeah, you don't want those. There's a couple that are also pretty bad, like the shield mod. It's not the shield mod does nothing, it's just that it's conditional on too many things. But the quiver one's really interesting. The left ring slot is really interesting. And in particular, the helmet mod looks fantastic. +6 the level of socketed gems while there is a single gem socketed in this item. You probably don't usually want this, but there are times you do. And those times are when you have an Archdemon crown that is simultaneously Shaper influenced and Elder influenced, and you're then able to roll pseudo-link supports. So you're not actually using socketed support gems in this item, you're getting them from the explicit modifiers that are on the Archdemon crown, and you then have that alongside +6 to the level of socketed gems while there is a single gem supported in this item. I think you could end up creating something really impressive with that. So that's something to keep in mind as a very high-end crafting project this league. Alternately, you could forego some of the influence mods that you could get and instead focus on getting both this Essence of Desolation mod, fracturing it on, And then once you've done that, you could then go for some of the other essence modifiers that exist that are extremely powerful as well. So lots of things to think about there. That's the Essence of Desolation. It's kind of cool. Don't forget about that quiver mod either. Projectiles can chain from any number of additional targets, but it's only conditional upon them being in close range. This could be potentially quite good, but it's going to depend on the type of build you're playing. You need to be a really, really tanky build in order to make that work. Flesh of Zesht, I'm assuming that this is a reward for completing a breach encounter inside one of these mirage areas. As for what it does, we'll find that one out later. However, we do know about the Sinistral Catalyst and the Dextral Catalyst. These are left side and right side catalysts. These are going to be very, very powerful, especially once you get your hands on helical rings or other similar ring bases. What they do, it's a way to catalyze all prefixes or all suffixes at once. Now, sometimes you can achieve this, or even better, through the use of a different type of catalyst, like a defense catalyst, or potentially a resistance catalyst, but most of the time you can't do that. Most of the time you have some sort of mixture where you've got different types of tags on the suffixes, different types of tags on the prefixes, and just the ability to hit at least 3, but with some of those special bases, potentially 4 or even more modifiers, ends up making these really powerful. The way you loot these is known. This is going to be by defeating ultimatum encounters, but not in the base game, but in the reflection of them that takes place inside a mirage area. I can see these being very, very, very valuable unless ultimatum gets overfished, in which case, the way that trade league economies tend to work, the more people that are farming a particular item, the less valuable it is. Volatile Varlorbs, no idea what these do, but I assume they'll have some interesting results. Memory of Trauma, Reverence, and Loneliness. These are itemized versions of the memory tears. These are going to be really, really, really useful to get your hands on, because if you're not interested in running them, you can just go and dump them on Faustus on the currency exchange, and you won't get as much for them as you'd get if you ran them yourself, but you'll get something, and you can go back to the content you enjoy running. This is a much better system than the current "it's bound to your account as soon as you loot it" type mechanic that we've got now. Crystallized Rancor are known. These are one that come from Harvest Reflected, but we don't know exactly what they do. That's something you'll have to find out by going to the Horticrafting bench. These are 10 new names of rune graphs. Unfortunately, all we can tell about them really so far is just the themes that they've got. So Runegraft of Consecration, this probably does something related to generating consecrated ground, but under what conditions, no idea. Runegraft of Fury, probably something related to Rage, but exact stats are not known for the moment. After this, we have 5 coins. Now, 4 of these have been teased. The Coin of Knowledge, Power, and Skill, these are involved in that gem imbuing system that's going to be the big source of borrowed power in this league. Coin of Restoration, we also know what this one does. What this does is that if you get one of the new unique items from this league mechanic and you want it to be the different version that exists, then you can apply a Coin of Restoration to it. They're not intended to make the item more powerful, just to make it different. So you can think of this as being like the item might drop with a poison theme, and then it also has an ignite themed one, and there is actually a sword that we know this is the case for. So you loot the one that is poison themed, but you actually want the ignite themed one. Okay, you can always fix that. You can change it over with a Coin of Restoration. What we don't know anything about is this Coin of Desecration. Now, this is something that could do something entirely different. It could just reverse the Restoration one. That would make thematic sense, but that also feels like it's something that maybe doesn't need its own unique currency for. So I don't know what's going on there. We'll find out more information. Finally, there are 10 of these astrolabes, and you can probably guess from some of them that they are linked to some of the blockable mechanics. For example, it would be a reasonable assumption that the nameless astrolabe is linked to the ritual mechanic. It would be a reasonable assumption that the fungal astrolabe is linked to the blight mechanic. But you may notice that there are actually 11 blockable mechanics that are down here. The one that I think is not represented here is Heist. I don't think there is an astrolabe that is tied to the Heist mechanic, but again, this is speculation. We will find out more on this once these actually go live. Once these items have been found in game, and that can be by players in permanent leagues like Standard, it doesn't have to be the players that are playing the new league. Once they're found in Standard, then we'll know what they do. It may also be possible that details will be data mined before then, and at that point, we'll be able to start to work out exactly what to expect with these. After this, we have a list of all of the new skill gems. No surprises here. I did an extensive discussion on these in yesterday's video. I'm not going to dig back into that because it's already been done. But then we have the interesting one, item class, support gems. Here is a whole list of lots and lots and lots of names of new exceptional support gems. Granny Gear Games have said they're not going to reveal what all of these do yet. They did, however, reveal a few of them. Eclipse support was revealed previously. This is one of the most impressive of the lot. This one is a little bit of Empower, a little bit of Enlighten, a little bit of Enhance, all mixed together into one package and presumably capable of stacking with Enlighten, Empower, or Enhance if that ends up being worthwhile. This feels like it's very, very strong. Granny Gear Games have also said that one of the highest demand, in their opinion, ones of these will be tied to the Maven, so who knows? Maybe this will end up being the Maven's drop, in which case there will be a lot of demand for this particular support gem. A lot will come down to exactly how rare it is as to how valuable it ends up being. A couple of these look really interesting though. We have Cast on Ward Break support. Now this is undoubtedly going to drop from something that is themed around Expedition in some way, whether that is a logbook boss or whether it is the boss formerly known as Tier 17 Nightmare of Uhtred, and that's now in the Citadel Nightmare map, which is no longer Tier 17, it's now Tier 16. That is potentially one of the places it could drop, or it could be in the logbooks. We'll have to find all of this sort of thing out over time. It would be a reasonable assumption though that Hypeborn support, that one probably drops from It That Was Esh and It That Was Tull, and there's a few others we could take guesses on. For example, Vile Sacrifice and Vile Temptation support. These ones sound like they might drop from any of the following bosses. It could be Ahua Totli in the Delve Mines, it could be Kaj ILI in Vile Temple, it could be Atsuri in the Apex of Sacrifice, it could be Uber Atsuri in the Alluring Abyss, it could be the Vile Omnitech in the Temple of Atsuadal, or it could be Atsuri in the Temple of Atsuadal. Or it could be a combination of these things, or it could be something else. We do have stats on what Vile Sacrifice does, and it's very interesting. More on that in a sec when we get over to some of the new support gems. On top of this, you'll see a number of things that are just existing support gems, but better: greater ancestral call support, greater chain support, greater fork support. These are probably very similar to the more interesting of the existing Awaken support gems that existed prior to 3.28. Now those Awaken support gems, the ones that exist, will continue to exist in the standard leagues, but you're not going to be able to get them in the Mirage League. Once we get down to the bottom of this list though of all of the new gems, we also have a new item class, map fragments. Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional has already been teased. This is the one that lets you have a fight against an uber giga buffed version of a Rogue Exile. Ritual Scarab of Corpses, this modifies the items that appear in ritual windows to include more of the special corpses. Kalguran Scarab of Enriching, this one causes multiple aura encounters to get progressively more difficult and more rewarding. The Black Barrier is probably going to be the thing that you need in order to get access to the fight against Suresh, the new boss, but again, we'll work that one out to be certain in time. Scarab of the Dextral is coming from the splitting of the existing Scarab bisection into two different Scarabs, one of which removes all suffixes and doubles the prefixes, one of which does the exact opposite. So the existing ones might be becoming Scarabs of the Sinistral, and then Scarab of the Dextral is being added on top of those. Betrayal Scarab of Unbreaking, I think this might have been teased earlier and I've forgotten it. Anyways, something we're going to miss here. Abyss Scarab of Descending, this one guarantees Abyssal Depth, and Expedition Scarab of Infusion is another one that I cannot recall at this moment. Item class belts, we only get one of these. I did a video on these a few days ago. These things are crazy good. They are so much better than Stygian Vices for almost everyone. These are the cord belts. If you are going to use a rare belt, you want to be using a cord belt almost always, unless these turn out to be crazy expensive, in which case just jump straight from a Stygian Vice up to one of the big unique belts. Now, Tides of Time is the cheapest of the big unique belts, and it's not as good as Mage Blood usually, but it is very good. But you also have Headhunter, you have Mage Blood, and you've got a new one as well, the one that drops from Suresh. There are some new incubators, Honored Incubators, Sacred Incubators, and Mirage Incubators. These could be quite interesting. I'll have to definitely play around with those and see whether they're any good or not. There are some new corpses to play around with, and then there are all of the changes that are taking place to maps. There are a number of new divination cards. Again, we only have the names of these at the moment. The Everlasting, Lucky Bastion, the Miracle, Apocalypse, the Slumbering Beast, the Forbidden Fruit, the Silly Boy, and Reflection of the Heart. What these cards do is likely to become known at the time that Granny Gear Games posts the patch 3 hours before the league starts, and then the very first people that get it, they'll be able to data mine this information, but where they drop is something we'll have to find out ourselves. Sometimes they'll drop from maps, and then in that case it'll be really apparent, but if they're rare ones, they might drop from specific bosses, And if they drop from specific bosses, it might be something that's reasonably difficult to find out. After this, we have the renamed items section. And one thing that's probably among the more important things here is all of the new Pantheon boss locations. So if there's a particular Pantheon upgrade that is absolutely critical for you to get ASAP, this is the information that you'll need to work that out and in order to plan your Atlas setup, and make sure that you save your first Divine Vessel that drops for that. Also, fun fact, Divine Vessels only drop twice as often as Divine Orbs, so they're pretty rare. Make sure that you hoard the first couple that drop. Definitely, there's something that you will get flooded with eventually, but early on, you're not going to have very many of them. Then there's a number of different things that are being renamed. So here's the new names of the Void Stones. Here's the new names of a bunch of scarabs that are having their names changed. All this stuff was talked about in the patch notes in the previous days. And then there's all the items that can't drop anymore. And there's a lot of things here, but these have all been talked about, mostly because every single map in the game is listed here, including the Theatre of Lies, the Chamber of Impurity, and Courtyard of Wasting maps, which I don't believe we could ever get in our inventory. But it was an item that could exist inside a window that for Egon's crafting bench that you could then mess around with there. Lots and lots of changes here, but most of this has been discussed elsewhere in the patch notes, so it's not something that's particularly critical to go back through that again. Okay, so that's everything on the item filter notes. Let's jump over to the things that are teased in the way of new support gems. Firstly, let's start with Vaal Sacrifice support. Have you ever wished that Spell Echo worked with a Vaal gem? Possibly you have. Have you ever been willing to give everything for that to happen? Probably not, right? What Vaal Sacrifice does is it provides you the ability to replicate a Vaal skill at a very high cost. That very high cost is that it's going to set your life to 1 and your energy shield to 0. Is this worth it? Most of the time, I think the answer is going to be no. But sometimes the answer is going to be yes, and if you're willing to build around it, this could be quite good. The single best use case for this, though, is not in conjunction with builds that really care about their life total at all, and that is going to be if you're using this in conjunction with the unique jewel Dissolution of the Flesh. This turns off the effect of your energy shield, and this also means that your current life total no longer has any impact on how effective your character is or how resilient they are. Instead, damage that's dealt to you causes life to be reserved. And whilst that's something that generally doesn't fit many builds, it's generally not very good, there are certain niches where it's great. And if you're playing in one of those niches, then Vaal Sacrifice support has basically no cost at all. And if you're playing a Vaal skill, then definitely consider this gem. Next, we have one of those cases where Grinding Gear Games picked a number very carefully, I believe. Congregation support is for when you don't just want to bring friends, you want to bring more friends. This is a minion support gem that causes you to be able to have more of the same type of minion. Now, at gem level 3 and quality 20%, Congregation support is going to allow you to have 38% more maximum number of minions from supported skills. 38% is a breakpoint for some numbers. If your base number of minions was 8, then this is going to be plus 3. So it's going to be getting you over to 11, whereas 37% would just be insufficient. They get you up to 10.96, which the game would then round down to 10. So that's something to keep in mind. This is at its best if you've got a multiple of 8 or very close to a multiple of 8 number of minions, then potentially congregation support could be even better than it looks. Also, this is one that might corrupt very well. Be very interesting to see what the numbers on this become if you're able to get yourself a 4/23 version of the gem. When it comes to a min-maxing perspective, it looks like here the quality bonus on this is the minion movement speed. Very, very powerful stat. You are absolutely going to want to throw 20 GCPs at this, but it's also not something that you can scale up very much via other means. However, consider that gem level. 38% is the stat that you get for gem level 3. We don't know the exact scaling on this, but this could be something that gets over very important breakpoints by being raised to gem level 4, perhaps through the use of a lucky Vaal Orb on it, or potentially even further through the use of socketing it into an item that has plus X to the level of socketed gems. There's a few of these. Probably one of the most interesting that you could consider is the unique chest piece Skin of the Lords. And I could see that if it turns out that 6 gets you over very important breakpoints, that might end up being really, really worthwhile on a minion build. So lots of options there to consider. This is a potentially very good support gem. And finally, we have Void Shockwave support. If you've ever played around with Shockwave support is commonly used in conjunction with Cyclone builds, and at least Cyclone builds that do pure physical damage. Void Shockwave is just much, much, much better. Void Shockwave does the same thing with a few differences in terms of cooldown and the like, but it's just way better DPS. So you definitely want to play around with this. This is a skill that is even better at clearing than Shockwave is. And if you're a Cyclone enjoyer, definitely start out with Shockwave support because you're not going to get Void Shockwave for a little while, but you want to then spec into this when you can. One thing to note is that the flavor text of this kind of indicates that it probably comes from the regular Elder fight. So we're not talking about when you fight the Shaper and the Elder together at monster level 84. We're talking about when you fight the Elder on his own at monster level 83. I'm not guaranteeing that's correct, but it definitely feels like it would be because it talks about it when you look at the flavor text here. The Elder's influence yet lingers in the darkest corners of Rayclast. So nothing that indicates the Shaper there. It feels like it's the Elder alone. That's my speculation for where this drops. As for how common it is or how rare it is, we're going to have to find that one out, but I can see people wanting this. Now, the next piece of news wasn't one that came out through Grinding Gear Games' main website channels. Instead, it came out through the website formerly known as Twitter. And that is that the .json files have been posted for the new Atlas tree and the new character passive tree. Now, .json is not a file format that you're going to be able to parse yourself unless you're a programmer, so you may as well wait until other tool builders are able to parse them for you. Pathofpathing.com has the new Atlas on it. That's what we're going to discuss today. The changes to the character power passive tree. We do have some details, preliminary details for the new Bloodline. I put a link to a Reddit thread discussing them down in the description below, but I might carry them over into tomorrow's video because probably by tomorrow they'll be built into some of the tools that we're familiar with, things like path of building, and that just makes it a lot more comfortable in dealing with Reddit and dealing with all of the requirements to invert my color scheme and all of the messes that that can cause every time I do it and then undo it. But you're probably more interested in what's on the Atlas than me whinging about the technical limitations of using Reddit on a video. So let's discuss some of the changes. You'll notice the bottom looks very different to how it used to look. Now, it's mostly connected the same way. The key differences here is the change in layout that's been done in order to fit in a 6th map block on the right-hand side. So you can now block 11 mechanics instead of 10 previously, and that's just required a little bit of a redesign down the bottom. The main difference down the bottom, map drop chance now works differently. Instead of being 2% adjacent, that stat no longer makes sense. So instead, it's 2% increased maps that are found in your maps. However, once we start getting a little bit further north, you start seeing some changes. So let's start with what used to be the wheel everyone rushed to first. This was the wheel with the Kirak cluster on it. Kirak missions, of course, being a thing of the past. We now path through here differently. We have the Skittering Swarms cluster, which was one of the best clusters on the entire Atlas. That has now been made better. So it still gives you 20% increased Scarabs for 3 points, but it paths directly to the center, and it also passes you through here. However, the other side of this is also pretty chunky as well. We've got 10% increased rare monsters found in your maps, which you definitely want to take early on, and also mounting modifiers, which is a very dangerous and difficult thing to add to your maps, but adds a lot of loot, a lot more than it sounds like. So this is a risk reward node. This is one of the very best nodes on the entire Atlas as well. And so I think we're going to see something that used to be a bit of a no-no. We're going to start seeing some closed loops on the Atlas. We're going to see people marching up here, taking these first 4 nodes, then going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, taking the entirety of that circle. I think that's going to be a pretty common choice. Additionally, all the breach nodes are changed, but we'll come back to those later. In terms of other changes, again, Commissioned Officer is gone, and so also is Solidarity, so also is Planar Tactician. Those were the things that related to your Kirak missions and your Kirak scouting reports. Those are just no longer a thing anymore, because you're no longer going to need Kirak missions in order to gain access to specific maps. Gaining access to specific maps is something that will happen really automatically with the new Atlas system. The other big changes, though, are towards the top. So let's have a look at what's changed when it comes to the Atlas Memories section, because these are chunky. Firstly, Shaper and Elder section off to the side here, even though it's part of this overall package, it's unchanged. It's still very good, and you definitely want to take this if you are speccing destructive play, so keep it in mind. This is one of the best nodes on the entire Atlas. However, the biggest change is probably actually the number of these memory tear chance nodes that's available now. And there's also a little bit of different pathing if you want to get to traumatic experience. Chances are you don't actually want very many traumatic experiences. This is not a good node. Most people are not going to want this, but you might have a use for it if you're in solo self-found. If you are in that category, it's one more pathing node to get to than it used to be. In exchange for this though, you can now pick up 6 of these small nodes. These are some of the best nodes on the entire atlas. 10% increased chance for your maps to contain memory tears. So if you take all 6 of these, I believe it goes from 5% to 8%. They're itemized now. So these are an extra little bonus that you can find in every map. This is at its best if you are blitzing maps quickly. So you're not spending a lot of time in each map. You just go in, you pick up all the points of interest, you get out and you start the next map. In that case, these are going to be some of the best nodes you can have on your entire atlas. Also, Granny Gear Games have decided to make some buffs to memory strands, so Grasp the Past might actually be something you take in addition, of course, to taking map item memory influence chance nodes, because these are 2 of the best nodes on the entire atlas as well. So this top cluster, even if you're not focusing on the originator, you probably want to at least consider 8 of those small nodes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if you are focusing on the originator, then you probably want to take these 3 as well, and potentially take Remembered Kindness and also Educated Upbringing, unless the Trade League economy swings in a way that you start no longer wanting Incarnation of Dreads, in which case you've got the agency to change that around. And of course, Synthesized Stability is there as well. This is the keystone that's been added. This thing is really, really good if you're going to be spending Astrolabes enhancing your atlas at all, which chances are you're going to be doing, because Astrolabes are likely going to be one of the new sources of juice that provides the effects of 1 to 2 scarabs, maybe even more than that, and it's something that can scale up. The more maps that you run in the same region in a time, the more that they can scale up. However, Synthesized Stability also has a little bit of a catch with it, and that is that instead of the map that you're actually running being the one that's deleted from the shaped region, it'll be one that's chosen at random. And if this breaks it apart into multiple sections, then the smaller sections are going to get deleted. So that's important to keep in mind. What you're doing here is you're adding a little bit of risk to your juicing. You're going to be able to just run non-stop strands or non-stop, I'd say Toxic Sewer normally, but Toxic Sewer is not going to be on the atlas. So maybe it'll be Foundry or Mesa that fills that role. You're going to be able to run a 1 tile set non-step if you want, but you will be spending less of your time at the absolute ceiling of juice that's possible under the new system. Essentially, it is a payoff for going with a whole diversity of tile sets, and Granny Gear Games seem to be aiming to have a situation where you get to choose. You get to make an informed decision between maximize juice at the expense of some of your control over which tile set you do, or alternately, accept a slight reduction in juice, or at least the reliability of accessing the top levels of juice, and in exchange for that, you get to just do the same tile set over and over. What I really hope they've achieved here, I don't know if they're going to achieve it or not, but what I hope they achieve is a situation where both of these feel about as good as each other, and players like me that like having a diversity of tile sets, we don't feel like we're sacrificing loot by not doing one map over and over again. But at the same time, people who do like doing one map over and over again, they don't feel like they're sacrificing loot by going with their preferences either. That'd be the best situation. I don't think they'll quite hit it, but hopefully they do get close. So that's the north section. That is quite a bit different to what it used to be. It's got a few more options on it. Let's talk all the breach support, shall we? Because we didn't know what was available here. Now, on Path of Pathing, it's really useful. You can get your atlas to select almost everything just by clicking the center of one of these. And then that helps you have a look. It's not an optimized tree, but it will be a quite close to optimal tree for connecting to every notable that is linked to that particular cluster. Now, this north cluster here is really good. Swelling ranks. Breach monsters in your maps have 20% increased pack size, 20% increased quantity of womb gifts found in your maps. Then you have Hive Blood, or you can get pack size. I think anyone that's running a Breach Atlas is taking every single point in this cluster. So you're not just taking one path to it, you're taking both paths. There's just too much power in that to say no to. You're definitely taking it. Here we have the cluster for Fecund Colony. Now, 50% increased womb gift drop rate from breach bosses is good. Grasping coffers in your maps. Now, this is actually in the Hive fortresses. These are going to have a 50% increased chance to contain womb gifts as well. That's really good. But probably more interesting is the options that you've got here. Ancient womb gift chance. This is really strong. You can get 50% chance for biasing towards ancient womb gifts. You can essentially bias against provisioning and lavish ones. They're not terrible. They're okay, these womb gifts, but I think they are the weaker ones of what exists now. Ancient ones are going to be really good, at least unless we have a situation where there's a lot of overfishing of ancient ones, in which case maybe you want lavish instead. And there's also mysterious womb gifts you probably want to spec down here as well. So you might end up deciding that what you want to do is actually take all of the outside of this wheel, and then that will bias towards the best types of womb gifts being more common. Also, though, just keep an eye on it, that you might end up deciding that provisioning womb gifts are better at certain points in progression. So you've got lots of flexibility. Ultimately, this is just a great cluster because it gives you a lot of agency. Speaking of agency, you might or might not want this stat. Breach encounters in your maps are 20% faster. If your character is very powerful, yes, take this. If your character is not strong enough, then leave this one unclicked, but you've got the ability to make that decision. Next, we have breach chance and scarab biasing, and there's a lot of those. And there's also some womb gift chance here as well. And then at the top, we've got breach hives are more likely to lead to fortresses, and breach bosses in your maps have a 25% chance to be duplicated. Here I think you can see that you are going to end up with more juice per breach than you got in the past, and that's generally what tends to happen when something goes core. When it's the league mechanic, you get it in a relatively accessible state. When it's no longer the league mechanic, it's more optimized around making it so that people can specialize hard into it. Adaptive reaction is good if and only if you're interested in speccing for in-map Ilith encounters. At the same time, you also have the option of massing forces, which is one that is going to provide you with boosts to unstable breaches. So you can pick between these. If you don't want to see Ilith, then you want to spec for massing forces, and there's more support for that here. So additional chances to gain unstable breaches. And you can also make those breach flammable burrows better if you want to go and defend Ilith more often. I've got a funny feeling that this node is not going to be taken very often. I've got a feeling that most people are going to elect to spec into massing forces instead, but ultimately the decision is yours. You don't need to follow the herd, you can do whichever you prefer. Over here we have another cluster. Now this one allows you to specify that you always encounter Ilith, or specify that you never encounter Ilith inside your maps. Again, this is going to be one where the decision that you make here probably should match the decision you make over here. I don't think you'll have a very good day if you elect to take massing forces, and you also elect to take dimensional foothold, because this will turn off all the benefit of these points that you're getting on your Atlas tree. On top of that though, you can also pick up additional bonuses to the number of flammable burrows while pathing towards dimensional foothold, or if you want to go with enemy at the gates, which I think more of you will, then you can pick up additional chances of getting multiple unstable breaches here. In terms of the rest of this, damage of skills created by Ilith within breach hives in your maps is going to be like kind of fun. It's not what I would say is particularly great, but on top of this, breach hives in your map have additional waves of hiveborn monsters. This is going to make those Ilith encounters more lucrative, and 100% increased number of skills created by Ilith within breach hives that don't lead to fortresses in your maps is also going to make those easier. So those encounters are going to be juicier, and they're also going to be a little bit easier than they would otherwise be. The small nodes leading into Claude Open are going to provide you with increased pack size, and Claude Open is then going to give you additional time in order to prevent the collapse of your breach happening early. And once you do stabilize it, it'll give you 2 additional rare monsters. So you're definitely going to want to take this, and it's both going to make things juicier and easier. Hey, it's almost like they decided on an entire pattern for this cluster down here. Finally, we have the southmost breach cluster, which has evolving hives, 25% increased magic and rare monsters in your breach encounters, and broken border, which is a 20% chance to gain breaches, which is basically 2.5 of the small nodes that give you breach chances. Also, some of these small nodes are actually 10%, some of them are 8%, some of them are 10%, so it's a bit all over the place there, and there's lots of other good stats. I feel like it's going to be quite common to spec everything related to unstable breaches and nothing related to Ilith. So that would be something along these sorts of lines once we actually manage to get that right. So we turn that off, make sure that that's unwanted. And then you would also pick up all of these small nodes as well, which on Path of Pathing can be a bit clunky to do, because Path of Pathing wants to go with the absolute minimum number of clicks possible. But when you do want an entire cluster, you kind of have to click every single node in it in order to plan it on Path of Pathing. But that's just the way that this site goes. This is the sort of thing you might consider doing as a starting point for a breach tree. Then you're going to want to add in additional mechanics. I feel like the breach mechanics are something that would work quite well with the Eater of Worlds or the Searing Exarch, whichever of them you're more familiar with, whichever one is more friendly to the build you're playing. And of course, if you elect to go with the Eater of Worlds, it's going to be a couple of points less. If you elect to go with the Searing Exarch, you're going to have to come through the gateway, and that'll be the quickest way to pick up all those points that are relevant there. Kind of clunky to do that, but that's just the way that it all comes together. And then this point as well, because this point's just so good for Searing Exarch. So that's one option that you've got, but it's not the only thing. You could also go into Eater of Worlds if you prefer that. That's a good starting point. And then you just want things that multiply your loot. So a whole bunch of the Scarab clusters would be good. A whole bunch of map modifier effect if your character's strong enough. That's where I would go if I was looking at putting together a starting atlas for Breach. And potentially you can then evolve it from there just based upon the way that your character goes, and also based upon the way that the League economy goes. Okay, so that is the end of the discussion of the Atlas. That's one of the most important sections, of course, because the Atlas just has so much of an impact on your endgame play. But now we're going to go through the patch note changes. These are not the most significant part of this video. There's a few little things in here that matter, but it's not going to be as important as what we've discussed so far. Firstly, the bestiary recipe that allows you to corrupt a map to overquality it. This is now going to work differently. Instead, it will corrupt it to have an implicit modifier. On average, this is going to be worse than it used to be. Sometimes, though, it will give you some amazing results. After that, thank you, Seresh Belt, for causing a bunch of other things to need to be nerfed throughout the game. Replenishing shrines. These were something that when you could only get them by chance, they could be allowed to be ridiculously strong because you couldn't rely upon always having them. Nowadays, you can rely on always having them because of this belt, and as a result, the crazy way that they were going to scale on mana stacking builds has been addressed. Replenishing Shrine buff is no longer going to stack as explosively with other sources of increased mana regeneration rate. That's what's changing here. So instead of it massively boosting what is effectively a more multiplier to the amount of mana regeneration you've got, it's now going to be an increase modifier. I think this is actually equivalent to what it used to be, maybe a little bit stronger. It's roughly about the same power level as it used to be, except if you have a lot of increased mana regeneration rate on your character, in which case it's much worse. That said, I don't think many people are going to look for replenishing shrine buffs on their Seresh belt. I think they're going to look for other things. Remove sources of fossils from places other than Delve throughout the game. So now, if you're not running Delve, you're banned from getting fossils. This is one of those things that I don't mind it when there's a small amount of overlap of different types of loot. Like, I think it's pretty cool if you can get small amounts of fossils from various places throughout the game, but the Delve is the best place to get them. The problem we were having was that Delve was not the best place to get them. Simulacrum was, Heist was at one point, a bunch of other places that really didn't have anything to do with Delve. Grinding Gear Games have decided for now to go really hardline on this. So you're only going to get fossils by doing Delve content now. The other thing is that they're tremendously increasing the frequency at which you find fossils behind fractured walls and off the main paths in Delve. This is something I do like. This is something that takes a style of Delve play that was once very popular and then completely and utterly disappeared over the last while. It's been completely out of the meta. This is going to have a chance to shine again, or maybe not shine because it's down in the deep dark, but you know what we mean there. You're going to be able to try and mess around with this, going off all the beaten paths, hunting and hunting for fossils. Maybe you'll find some, maybe you won't, but they'll be there somewhere. Also, fossilized delirium orbs and incubators, they're not going to exist anymore. Though some of them still exist in standard, they'll still work. Brute force contracts in Heist are getting buffed. These used to have fossil rewards, they're being upgraded to fragment rewards. Why do I call that an upgrade? That's because fragment rewards drop scarabs, and these are just one of the best of the Heist rewards. Trinkets that were giving you a chance to get fossils in Heist are gone. This is a buff because those were weak mods, so they're now going to be replaced by something at random, which is going to be better than getting a weak mod there that's basically just diluting the pool. Fix the client crash, this is an extremely rare one. And then my favorite funny patch note here. 65,536th Atlas respec point or character respec point would actually roll you back to 0. So regrets, 2 to the power of 16 of them is a few, but then again, too few to mention because it would roll over and count as 0. Thank you to the Exile who discovered this was necessary for your contribution to science. Yes, I agree, that's really funny. Fix Riker's Ancient Orb Bench and Leo's Special Val Orb Bench in Betrayal in Freesia Leagues, being able to give unique idols, which were unmodifiable by currency. This is actually a really interesting line. So this has no effect on the base game. This is something they would not do unless they had some future plans to run the Freesia idol system again, because it's something that's completely useless if idols don't exist. So programming work has gone in order to keep that ready so that they can run that at some point again in the future. Fixed a bug, again this is Freesia only, where Orielcum Ore would not grant buffs to the player upon completing the encounter. couple of Maven related things related to witnessing major Atlas bosses. The Maven is no longer allowed to clone the Incarnation of Dread inside leagues that have the Freesia mechanics, and also can no longer clone the Elder during the Uber Elder fight in Freesia leagues. Both of these are causing problems. Interestingly, this is probably not an issue related to the broad idle system. This is probably related to the Gauntlet mod system. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. I always thought that the Gauntlet mods were something separate from the Freesia mods. The last time that the Gauntlet mods were used was at the same time as both the Freesia Ascendancies and the Freesia idle systems were used. Maybe Grinding Gear games see them as a holistic whole. Personally, I'd like to see some of these used independently from each other. So maybe at some point in the future, I wouldn't mind to see an event that was running the Freesia Ascendancies, but alongside the classic Atlas, and alongside maybe you'd have the Gauntlet mods for the bosses, maybe you wouldn't. I think that would be interesting, but it's just a different bundle, a different package than we had last time would be good. Fixed a bug where if you are playing on console, you are unable to give points to your guild. I figure that this is going to be fairly useful in console world. I just don't know how much some of the guild-specific communication features work on console, having not owned any gaming consoles since the Super Nintendo back in the 1990s. So that's a little while ago now, and as a result, I'm just not on top of the limitations of modern ones, and particularly some of the social features associated with them, like how much you're able to chat with friends, the way that you might chat in guild chat on a PC, if there's anything equivalent to that. So ultimately, not sure how significant that one is, but I'm sure that console players are happy with it. Fixed a couple of issues related to checkpoints and waypoints, and also enabled the Red Queen's Portal microtransaction, which is one that came about as a Twitch exclusive promo a little while ago. This will be available to buy at some point, but it is now available in Path of Exile 1 as well. It was always available in Path of Exile 2. And that's all we've got for now. I'm going to put out a second video at some point today. And when I say today, it might be many hours, might actually be my tomorrow, but I'll probably schedule it to go live when I'm asleep, which will be with my broad league start plans. I'm going to go with a Kinetic Fusillade Totem build, I believe, at the moment. That's where I'm looking like I want to go. And there's some great guides to that from Pelstron, from some other people. I'm not going to be putting together a build guide for it, but also talking about some of my league start plans in terms of Atlas and economy and the like. Just for those of you that are interested in hearing more about that. I'm going to leave it there. May your volatile Varlorbs, whatever those are, have interesting results.
Hey guys, Popstron here, and today let's talk about what ascendancy to pick for your Kinetic Fusillade build. This is probably the most requested video and the question I get asked the most because there's a ton of different versions of Kinetic Fusillade out there, both Ballista and Selfcast. And in this video, I'll go over some general ascendancy tips, but then I'm going to hone in on my two guides after because those are the ones I've done the most. Do shout out to Locohol, who has a Warden Selfcast version, and also Tatiantel, who will play Hierophant Ballista version, but on Hardcore SSF. So check those creators out. I'll link both their guides down below in the description. Now, first up, I will outline the two guides that I made about Hierophant and Champion, also both down below in the description, and what I think about them, because these are the ones I've actually played. All the other ones we're going to talk about a little bit more experimental later in the video. If I had to give you a TLDR at the start, Hierophant is kind of for everybody. Champion is extremely interesting for people who are fast, who know what they're doing, who know exactly, who prep. Champion can be extremely efficient and extremely fast. Now, the ascendancy I'm going to choose is Hierophant. I'll play this on League Start, and the biggest reason for that is the placement speed. So you get 140% placement speed from Hierophant itself, and placement speed just got buffed to also skill how fast totems emerge. This is overall a buff once you have like 50-ish or so placement speed, and this build can get well above 200% if you're really stretching it. This should get totems a lot closer to self-cast in terms of feel, and the damage delay is going to be significantly lower. At least that's the hope. The second thing is the build as a whole is less strict on your attack speed, whereas the Duelist version always has a ton of attack speed, and you have to make up for that, and in endgame you even have to use 2 pieces with the reduced duration. On the Hierophant version, it's a little bit different. Your attack speed is lower, but like you're just in the clear. Like it's pretty chill. You don't really have to think about too much. Usually you will not ever have your whole attack speed versus reduced duration thing ruined unless you do something very, very wrong. This next one is huge compared to Champion, which is you're on the top side of the tree and you have easy access to intelligence. This is huge if you don't want to micromanage or you don't really know where to get all your int from. But if you look at some of these ones, they take well over 200 int. Now, perfect case scenario, you would take a kinetic one, which is 188, which is more achievable. But if you, for example, in trade and you see a good wand and it takes like 230 int, then you can't buy it and you have to, I don't know, spend a few divines extra just for the reduced attribute requirement. It makes you a lot less flexible. And sure, Duelist can kind of fix this with a well-placed Fertile Mind, but that is still -1 jewel socket and you lose a lot of decks with your Mage Bin. After that, easy mana recovery. If you look right here, mana regen is 143 a second. The reason for that is Ritual of Awakening. You get increased mana regen, that's a base mana regen, per second per totem, and we have 7 totems. So yeah, it's a ton of regen, and you never have to think about, I don't know, should I go life tap? Should I go minus mana? If you, for example, look at the champion version of the build, you'll see that I often have life tap in here and sometimes minus mana. I first started off with minus mana and I have like a mixture. Now, true, you can now get a level 1 life tap as your 7th link from the new Mirage currencies, but how easy is that going to be to get? Might be a shit show, might be extremely hard, so we'll have to see. But in general, Hero is just way more versatile when it comes to mana. Now, one of Hero's downsides is defense in roundabout early to mid game when you're entering maps into red maps for the first time. Before you get to Aegis, you will see right here that I have a lot of armor gear and a lot of Molten Shell scaling. But if you tick off Molten Shell, and whenever Molten Shell is off, it is not looking all that great, right? So before you get Aegis, you will see I have no energy shield, and that's for a reason. I could put like 3,000 energy shield in here and it would look great on your max hit, but you can't actually sustain it, right? So before you get Aegis, you have to actually get your armor up, you have to get your energy shield up. So in general, Aegis Aurora is a tier 2 unique, so it can cost upwards of 5 divines. Meanwhile, Champion has just intrinsic defenses like Fortify. It has the physical damage reduction from Adrenaline. It has the always taunt from Worthy Foe. So in mid to end game, pretty damn solid at every stage of the game, whether it is end game here, whether it's early maps, always very solid. You also have access to stuff like Fortify stacking, which people have done in the past with Beacon of Madness, also a opportunity. But in general, I will say that I love Aegis once it's up. Aegis is an extremely underrated item still to this day. It does inflate your effective hit pool a little bit, but it just feels like if you don't get one shot, you literally cannot die. So that's also one thing I like about Hierophant. Aegis Aurora is kind of amazing. As for Champion, biggest thing is it gets some extra movement speed and attack speed, so shield charging is going to be faster. Do note though that you have less placement speed, so depending on how big the changes are, that might not actually make you faster to clear stuff. And the delay might be a little bit bigger, so we'll have to see how that plays out. It also doesn't need a bloodline. Hierophant's 4th point, I guess you can take Arcane Blessing, but it's very bad. It needs a bloodline, whereas Champion has 4 very solid points to take. Once again, Champion has more consistent defenses throughout the game. The defense is inbuilt. You don't really need it from items too much, as is the case with Hierophant, where you're kind of reliant on getting an Aegis Aurora later. But then the downsides is more button management. The first one is you want to press Corrupting Fever to activate your Adrenaline, and this is a little bit finicky, right? Because you need your Corrupting Fever to cost at least half your HP, and for that you put on Life Tap, you put on Brutality. But you also don't want it to cost too much and lose life for no reason. So you're going to have to fiddle around with the life cost a little bit, and you'll have to figure that out yourself, especially while leveling. Racers do that very well. They keep that in mind. So if you're used to that, I think it's not a big deal, but I just should shout it out. And Champion also has to figure out mana with life tap or minus mana cost, which you do not have to do on a Hierophant. Once again, it's just very cozy. A lot of the things, a lot of the upsides that I put on Hierophant is it's just cozy, brain off. Now, with that in mind, though, which one should you choose? Well, if you already know your plans for your second build, for example, if you go a mana stacker, then you're going to go Hierophant. If you're going to go Energy Blade, you're probably going to go Hierophant later. So you can respec into Inquisitor or whatever. Champion, if you're planning to go Flicker Strike or if you're planning to go Elemental Hit, anything of that sort, or some of the new Holy skills, there you go. Let's talk about some other ascendancies, though, that are viable. The first one is Inquisitor. It's quite strong. If you can grab Ritual of Awakening or Pursuit of Faith from Hierophant, in fact, it might be better, but you would need a Forbidden Flesh, Forbidden Flame, but do keep that in mind. Now, Guardian is quite good because of Unwavering Crusade. Do note, though, that the reduced duration reduces the duration on your Elemental Relics. So it's up a little bit less, but I played this node on Paladin in Frisia, and it was up more than enough. And on single target, it was always up. This node just got buffed. So Guardian is not bad at all if you want to go for that. I personally just really like the progression with the placement speed. Elementalist was already played by Lolcohol last league on the self-cast version. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be viable for League Start at least, because what got nerfed is the Liege of the Primordial got 50% increased buff removed, and then the other nerf was the Cluster Jewels, which isn't really relevant if you're just League Starting the build, right? So if you're just going for 4 stone and then you're rerolling into something like a Necro or Necro KBOC or anything on Occultist, then I don't see any reason why you shouldn't try this and just level with it. Now, Shadow has some okay ascendancies, but it's in a really bad spot. The best spots for this build is down here where you have both of the Ballista clusters and you have a lot of projectile related stuff, and up here where you get a lot of wand nodes. So both Marauder and Shadow I'm going to leave out of this. You can do it, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's optimal. As for Ranger, there's 2 options here. You can go Warden, which Oath of Winter is very strong, right? Freeze is good. Your max hit will be pretty weak, but you will have a ton of damage. On Deadeye, you get Gathering Winds, which now also scales Emerge time because of the action speed. That should be a more multiplier to the Emerge time, but we don't know 100%. It does, however, not increase your damage. Just so you know, only the totem placement speed, which should be good after this patch. Very solid. Ricochet is nice. Additional projectile is always nice. Solid. And then Slayer, I had a cute idea for this where I went physical with Brutal Fervor on Ballistas, and you take the physical mastery right here. Phys damage dealt by your totems leech to you as life. Turned out physical is just really hard to scale, and getting a good Fizz wand early is atrocious without the Breach Tree. So I forgot about that real quick, but maybe something to think about in the future. That's about all I got, though. Sorry for spamming you guys' inbox recently, but I'm just really, really hyped for Mirage. I haven't felt this hyped in so long. So I did some extra work that I usually wouldn't even do. I'm really motivated. I don't know what to say. We did also hit 100,000 subscribers yesterday, which is pretty awesome. Thank you to everybody for the support. I gotta say, I wanted to make a dedicated video on that, but I don't know. It would have been low effort, and I'm kind of swamped right now with doing all of this stuff, and then leaks starts going to be in like 2 days. Maybe somewhere down the line, we'll see. But with that said, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and you choose the right ascendancy for you. And since I still don't have a slogan, see you next time.
What up? Heist is one of the best league mechanics in Path of Exile for generating a lot of currency at the start of a league. It's a totally separate in-game progression path from the Atlas, a bit like Delve. People tend to either really love it or completely ignore it. There's not a lot of people begrudgingly grinding through Heist for hours at a time. Unlike Delve, it's not a mechanic for stress testing the strength of a build, it is entirely about speed. Being fast and not dying is all that matters. This means it's great for Pathfinder builds, it's great for any fast build. Pathfinder builds tend to be super fast, we like Pathfinder, so this is a mechanic that we like. Before we jump into it, help us out with some YouTube busy work, like, subscribe, and hype the video if you're on mobile. These all tell YouTube to show our content to more people, which really helps us out. So let's start with the changes that are coming to Heist in patch 3.28. So in terms of running contracts and doing blueprints, not a lot has really changed there mechanically, which Heist is a solid mechanic, no news is good news. But in terms of the Atlas passive tree, there have been some really significant buffs to Heist. So starting with probably the best one, the small passives that lead to Friends on High Places on the Atlas, that's this node right here, have been redesigned from being this like weird little choice between level 3 jobs, level 4 jobs, and level 5 jobs, to instead once again allow you to target farm specific types of contracts. So deception contracts are still the best, so everyone's going to take the small passive that gives you 100% increased chance to get deception contracts, which means you're just going to get a lot more deception contracts out of running Heist in your maps and running a Heist oriented setup. This is really good news whether you like running Heist or you just like adding in free contracts that you can sell for a decent chunk of currency, a few chaos every map. So then jumping on to the next set of buffs, all of the bonuses associated with Smuggler's Caches in the Atlas passive tree have been increased as well. So just to touch on all of those, all of these small passives that gave a 4% chance to have a Smuggler's Cache, those are all 10%, and there are 7 of them, 3 here, and 1 here, for a combined total of 70%. Additionally, Secret Stash has been bumped up from a 12% chance to give your maps a Smuggler's Cache to 30%, so that's 100%. You're guaranteed to have a Smuggler's Cache in every map, and unlike when you would normally have to put this in through the map device, it's not costing you like 5 or 6 chaos every map when you're broke as a joke. This is just free. You put your points in and you're guaranteed to get a cache in every map. But wait, there's more. This wheel up here, the No Honor Among Thieves wheel, gives you 3 small passives that give you a 10% chance for maps that have a Smuggler's Cache, so all of your maps if you're spec'd into Heist, to have a 10% chance to have an extra Smuggler's Cache. That is being bumped up to 20% each. So it's going to be 60% of your maps are going to have 2 Smuggler's Caches in them. And then No Honor Among Thieves is going to make it so that instead of a 5% chance to get 6 extra caches, it's a 15% chance. So you are going to have 75% of your maps have more than 1 Smuggler's Cache in them. So most of your maps are going to have 2 caches in them. So you're going to be getting a lot of Rogue's Markers, you're going to be getting a lot of blueprints, you're going to be finding a lot of fully identified blueprints. If you're taking Casing the Joint, you're just going to get a lot more contracts and blueprints on average per map than you did before. So whether you are actually running Heist because you love it, you just love to steal, or you just want to sell all of these quickly, you know, instant trade, asynchronous trade has come through and worked really well. It's made it super easy to dispense of tons of deception contracts. You're going to be able to prio farm deception contracts very easily as well. So this is going to be a really low effort way to make a ton of currency. All you have to do is move through maps, click the thing that throws the currency at you, pick it up, and then put it in the stash tab to sell. Incredible stuff here. Now we could kind of just talk about what makes Heist good, and that is the fact that it generates a bunch of currency at League Start on no budget. Basically, you just run down hallways, click boxes, and get orbs. You do not actually need to do any damage. It doesn't hurt. I mean, it hurts the mobs, but it's not a bad thing to be able to do damage, but really all you need to do is move quickly. Once you are at the equivalent of doing tier 16 maps in Heist, you can farm up replica uniques and experimental base types from Grand Heists. This is the alternate in-game that Heist has going on. Some of these can be worth dozens of divines, some can be worth hundreds. All you really need to make Heist work is a character that moves quickly and doesn't die if monsters are on the screen with it. So getting some move speed boots, or even things like 7 League Step or like Devoto's Devotion, just stuff that makes you move faster, can help. Being a Pathfinder is really like the cheat code for this on League Start. Just get in there, zoom through the contracts, and pick up a bunch of currency along the way. So with that being said, let's talk a little bit about the setup that you can actually do to make Heist in your maps, the ability to get more contracts more juicy. So there are all of the nodes in the tree. Currently we're still on the 327 version of the Atlas tree. GGG hasn't put out the JSONs related to update like POB and PoE Planner yet. Hopefully they'll do that soon, but we wanted to go ahead and start working on this now because realistically much isn't going to change in terms of this tree other than the buffs that we've already talked about, which are like pretty huge, but they're not adding in a ton of new nodes for Heist. They're not adding in like a ton of new travel nodes either. And how you want to fit Heist into the rest of your farming setup is kind of up to you. Like, it's really, really easy to fit in, as you can see, including all the travel nodes, taking every single Heist node, except for like a couple of unnecessary small passives. We're under 40 points here. With the amount of Atlas passive points going up to 138 in the coming league, it's going to be really, really easy to fit Heist and then another league mechanic in at the same time. Potentially Heist and Expedition, although they are on opposite sides of the tree. Expedition's not particularly point hungry either. And we kind of like both of those mechanics. They both reward you for moving quickly. Everything does, but they particularly do a good job of not slowing you down. So you can kind of pair Heist with anything you want, but these are all the wheels, and pretty much all of the points are really good, especially getting Secret Stash and kind of the rest of the small passives to guarantee Heist is in your maps. There's really only one node in this whole tree of Heist nodes that you maybe wouldn't care to take, and that's Friends in High Places. Making the contracts be high value or precious is really good. If you are running them, you get more rogues markers as your reward. If you're selling them to other players, they're not worth more. No one is going to care that you're selling a precious contract versus a high value one. That's not going to matter at all. The one really interesting node for actually doing maps is the Dutiful Soldier. So this is a really nice bit of juice. Even if you don't like heist at all and you don't even want to pick up the contracts, if you just want to guarantee heist and have the Dutiful Soldier, Huck will show up whenever you open a Smuggler's Cache, the first one, and he gives you a pretty substantial buff. He gives you increased attack and cast speed, he gives you increased damage, and he gives you increased experience gained. He's also able to be equipped with some items that'll give like auras to nearby players, and that includes you, just to kind of show one of those off in game here. I have a very crappy one that has increased or gives free determination, so you get a bit of free armor. That's pretty bad, but some of the auras that can be on these items that you put on Huck include haste as an aura. So if you're playing a build that doesn't run haste as an aura, you can just get free haste in every map. All you have to do is touch the Smuggler's Cache, Huck can't die, now you have haste in every map on every character just by having heist built in there, and then you can pick up deception contracts and sell them as well. Alright, so that's enough about the Atlas passive tree. As for scarabs, there aren't any. So let's go ahead and quickly talk about the NPCs you're going to be doing stuff with in the heists, the rogues. So there are 9 of them. You start out with 3 rogues unlocked, and just to kind of run through how you unlock the other 6, you just do contracts with Tibbs or Karst to unlock Talina and Huck, and then you do contracts with Talina and Huck to unlock Nanette and Niles, and then with Niles to unlock Venderi, and then Venderi unlocks Gianna. Very simple. You just do 1 contract and you're good. If you want a full breakdown on rogues, you can check out our written guide over on PoE Vault. So each of the rogues has multiple jobs that they're capable of performing. They have ones that they really excel at. Karst is a great lockpick, Nanette does perception. There are really 2 that stand out for running contracts, and those are Karst and Gianna. Karst just because lockpicking contracts tend to give a lot of currency, with the side rooms having a lot of currency orb chests in them. And then Gianna because she gets extra blueprint unlocks, 40% reduced cost on those blueprints as well, despite this tooltip saying 30%, it is 40%. And that's obviously very good. Deception contracts are also extra special because they don't lock any doors behind you when you grab the item at the end of the heist. You're able to just grab the item and leave immediately, and then you also get more value for doing blueprints later on. All right, so now let's talk about contracts. So contracts are the map equivalent of heist, and you can run them with Alk and Go, like you can do that, but you can also just scour them because the only thing that the modifiers on them do is that, they make them harder, but they just make the monsters drop more stuff, and they already don't drop a lot. So scouring is fine, or if the mod on it is relatively easy for your build, you can do that as well. We'll run a Gianna deception contract here just to kind of show how that goes. Very quickly zoom through. And what we're going to do is we're just going to run through, look for chests along the way, try to get to the very end as quickly as we can, and then get back out as quickly as we can as well. But we can grab chests along the way. As we open up these chests, you'll see the alert level starts raising. When that fills up, it doesn't just lock down immediately by default. Instead, you get a timer between that point and when the big reward at the end will be locked off. So you can technically grab like all the way up until you've filled up your bar. You can just fill up the bar grabbing stuff along the way. I think we're not going to quite hit that, just get very close. But you don't really have to. Like, you can just grab all the small chests along the way. Most of the side room chests are not worth grabbing, except for in lockpicking jobs. Those can be currency chests. Those are worth going and doing. Otherwise, they're usually not. So we've grabbed the item. Now we're just going back to the entrance, and we're just going to zip all the way out. Normally, a bunch of traps would pop up or a bunch of doors would close, and we'd have to wait on the rogue to open everything up for us, but thankfully, because we're doing a deception contract, that doesn't happen, and that is why they are so fast when you're doing deception contracts. So now that we've gotten back out, we can go to Faustus, sell the item that we stole, and get a bunch of rogues markers out of it. Now, in terms of running blueprints, these are kind of the turbo version of a heist contract. They are 3 to 4 wings, and you have 3 rogues at once in each wing. They all get all of their different passive bonuses, and they all overlap with each other. There are tons of reward rooms and fancy end-of-run rewards as well. The things like replica uniques and experimental bases, thief's trinkets, big old stacks of currency, tons of good stuff there. So generally what you want to do is just unveil the wings with Jana, and that's what we're going to do here.
Để
Just
nhịp
unveil them with
ta, nãy giờ
Jana,
chưa
nice
rớt được
big
cái
discount, and
nào
then we'll go into
ngon
the planning
cho.
room and plan our rogues who are going to go on these different jobs. We have an agility job only Talina can do. We'll send her. Isla on this particular job here, the trap disarmament, and Vendari there. Whenever possible, you want to have usually just the best rogue for each given job. The only time that that's maybe an exception is if you have a rogue who's going to have to do like the same job twice. Like you wouldn't want to send double Vendari because you don't get double bonus. He doesn't turn into 2 guys. So that's pretty much it. You just want to have 3 rogues, if at all possible, 3 different rogues on every single job. And then now we're going to go run this blueprint and see what we get out of it. It's 3 wings, so should be relatively quick. Neither of those 2 mods are a big deal. You can scour them if you want. It won't affect the end wing rewards or any of the reward room rewards, but we don't really need to. Not worth wasting a scour even. Alright, so unlike the contract that we did earlier, we do have some nice side bonus rooms, the reward rooms, so we are actually going to stop and do those. It's kind of worth it for these currency ones, at least for the purposes of this demonstration it is. And you can see we get a little bit more alert level, but still really not very much. So we'll just grab that currency, and then we'll come up to this next side room here. And grab the currency here as well. The ones that are marked with the div card, the stack deck icon, generally give 1 to 2 stack decks. So depending on the value of stack decks, they may be worth it, but they're usually not. They're usually just worth like 1 chaos. Long ago, they were worth tons and tons of stack decks, and that was too good. It needed to be nerfed. Now, a lot of these traps are kind of tuned for early tier 16s. Like if you're doing these at the tier 16 level, a lot of the traps, once your character's fairly strong, just really won't be that dangerous. You might be able to get away with just running through them. But we'll go ahead and do this side room, even though you normally wouldn't. We'll go ahead and do this side room just to see how many stack decks do we get. Probably 4. All right, maybe a high roll. All right, so here we are in the final room. Honestly, none of these replica uniques are worth a ton. But we can just grab the replica heat shiver since I think it's the most valuable and go. Something you can do if you just really don't like any of the rewards is you could just leave and just not worry about it, or maybe like grab some more chests along the way out and just like force a lockdown and leave. And then that way you won't have to deal with all these chests barricading you in, but it's not necessary. So just to show off, I'm just going to run through the trap. You know, stronger character can just run right through, no big deal. Alright, and if we look around in here, most of the reward rooms, the side reward rooms, are not particularly good. There's 1 currency reward room that we'll stop for along the way, but otherwise we're just going to basically make our way to the end. We can hit some of the sort of small unmarked chests along the way. A lot of opening doors. That would be nice to have a gentlemanly NPC that'll open doors for you. Hey, there we go. We love to see that. That's great for the purposes of the demonstration to get both an Exalt and a Divine in our first blueprint. How nice. Alright, none of these are particularly great either. This is an enchanted spine bow. Unfortunately, it's explicit ailment modifier. Like, that's not very useful. Convoking one, mana mods, Veil of the Night, Void Fang. Like, none of these are particularly great. We'll grab the Void Fangs just because they're interesting at least. And then it's just a race back to the entrance. One other important thing is that you can leave the blueprint and go back to the Rogue Harbor and hand stuff back in. And as long as you still have wings left, you can then zone back in and no problem. That's also something you can do if, for example, you get a valuable drop like a Divine. Like, let's see what these guys drop. So everything that gets dropped in the contracts and the blueprints is going to be marked as contraband, which means that if you die or disconnect or something, it'll be left behind. And so something you can do to just lock them in, let's say a mirror drops before you've actually alerted the guards, before you filled out the alert bar, you can just zone out and then zone back in. And you'll see it's no longer contraband. I guess it stops being contraband once you zone out with it. And now let's zip along to the rest of the blueprint. Alright, and here we have a somewhat underwhelming third reward room. This one's kind of interesting, at least. All sockets are red on a sanguine raiment. Like, yeah, not anything super special here. Probably just take the ambush scarab of discernment, to be honest. Not that any of this really matters here at the end of the league, but on the day in a league, you probably just take the guaranteed money out of a scarab. And that's a blueprint down. As you can see, blueprints can be a little inconsistent. I got a divine. That was cool, and then some of the end reward stuff was kind of underwhelming, but it can be very valuable at times, so the goal really is just to move as quickly as you can and not worry too much about stopping and getting everything along the way. You just want to get to the end very quickly and just churn through as many blueprints as you can as quickly as you can. That's really how you maximize profits. And that's pretty much it for Heist. It's a great mechanic. It's getting a big buff going into the coming league, and we're really happy about that because we do like Heist. We do run Heist pretty much every league. It's just such an easy way to get a bunch of currency on a character that's not very strong at the start of a league. Okay, be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and thank you to all of our channel members. If you want to support us and help us make more PoE content, consider becoming a channel member as well. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hi, this is Rin here with a video for the Mirage reveal. This is not going to be covering the patch notes recap. That will be a different video, so I'll have a raw reading of going over all of it in depth and my opinions as we go. I'll have a TLDR one. This is just like a overall first impressions for the Mirage announcement, and where do we even start? That was a lot of stuff, but yeah. So there's three main parts. There is the new league, the in-game rework, and then ground loot stuff. Some rapid fire amazing changes. Tier 17s are basically gone. They're still in the game, but it's less centered around them. They're called nightmare maps now, and they don't really work the way they did before. They're not what we're going to be doing for juice loot, which is huge. Chisels, carry missions, pedal skills, map device crafts, all gone. Gone. Harbinger mechanic completely gone. Fractured and ancient orbs are moved to the core drop pool. Harbinger will be getting a full rework. It's going to be like a Harbinger 2.0 coming. All valuable currency drops are doubled, whatever that means, so that's very exciting. New transfigured gems, more Atlas points, I think it's 5 or 8 more. More interactable and user-friendly Atlas. Awakened gems gone, replaced with new exceptional support gems, which we'll talk more about later, but it's a lot to cover. Either way, I asked my chat, and Reddit is happy, and I asked my chat. So many people in my chat said there was their favorite patch notes ever, like favorite league reveal ever, and I agree. This looks amazing. So let's get into why it looks amazing. Interacting with the Djinn portal, that's what Mirage League is all about, opens a copy of the map around it, and the mechanics inside this pocket are empowered, but they're also sort of shuffled. They build on the way existing league mechanics are, so like, you can get an empowered version of Blight, empowered strongboxes, like, we're different. What I really like about this is that it is building on what the league mechanics are already about. So it's sort of the opposite. In Legion, we saw the homogenization of loot, where Legion just dropped every league mechanic in the game. This is so different, where it's building on every existing league mechanic, which is a way cooler way of doing stuff like this. So, Blight is, and they seem to be going really hard on this list. They were like, I think they mentioned Delve is the only place they had fossils and resonators. Great. If you want Delve stuff, go to Delve. That's the way it should be. But yeah, freeing the Djinn empowers the mechanic with choosing 1 out of 3, and we saw some really cool things. Even things like you can become immortal. They dropped the new loot that empowers skill gems, so you get a level 1 support gem as an enchant. This is at odds with Val gems. It is at odds with level 21 gem. And there are some really cool things. We did see an essence where you can get like +6 on a skill gem as long as it's only skill gem. There's so many cool things here. With all this new stuff. So yeah, we're basically getting 7 links, which for a lot of builds is going to be incredibly strong. Yeah, we get new exclusive essences, new Harvest Life Force, new Jewel Enchant Swap. Said you could basically fracture something from like a brand cluster and then change it to an area damage cluster and roll normally with a fractured brand one. So this opens huge potential for basically crafting our own pseudo megalomaniacs. So really cool endgame chase shit. Mirror-worthy jewels, for sure. Like, people are already, especially in hardcore, mirroring, like, item level 84 minion clusters. That's happening a lot. It's gonna be even more popular now, I think. It's gonna be nuts. And there are new base types unique to this interaction. There's so much cool stuff. There was like a blight-specific belt where you can anoint the belt. There are new uniques with the upgrade mechanic or like some sort of swap mechanic. So I'm assuming there will be some uniques that are interesting there, or hoping. There are new holy skills and a huge buff rework to anything that is holy themed. Absolution looks absolutely nuts as a league starter too. And like even Templar is starting with a holy skill now instead of Glacial Hammer. Exceptional gems that are like kind of like Awakened Spell Echo, Awakened Will Strength, they are replacing Awakened gems. There's a new Scion Ascendancy, the Reliquarian, which works like Scavenger for Freesia, where it has like 4 different ascendancy of unique items that you can choose. However, they've said that this is changing which unique items there is every season. So that is super cool. So even if you really like it this season, next season might be even better or have nothing you want to use on it. I think this is such a cool thing that'll, even on its own, keep things quite like refreshing build-wise. So excited to see that. And now let's talk about the endgame changes. This is what a lot of people have been hoping for and are the most excited for. The Atlas is now ours. It's no longer Zana's. And Atlas influence is back, and they've said that they're not doing the annoying micromanagement from the Shaper or Elder days with like building an Elder Circle. And there's so much quality of life and fundamental changes to the way maps work. Maps no longer drop identified, or like they no longer drop as a Mesa map or a Dune map or a Strand map. You now just drop a tier 10 map. So socketing these maps into the Atlas will turn that slot into the one you pick. So it looks really nice. Less clicks, less cumbersome. Astrolabes are new currency, which is like a map cloud. It's like a league mechanic cloud that spawns things in maps adjacent to the ones you pick. They're a little bit similar of like sextants and memories in a way. So like, let's say that 6 maps are influenced by a blight cloud. When you roll the first or do the first one, the 5 remaining will get more of a buff. You do another one, the 4 remaining will get even more of a buff. And this will probably be really good. So especially in like the last 3 or last 2 or whatever, use the scarabs on. Like if you're SSF and you can't afford to roll scarabs all the time, like this will be where you want to be. Like make sure you're giga juicing these last maps. And these can't be tier 17's nightmare maps, which is good. That is a big problem with tier 17 maps currently, is that it's how we get Ubers and it's how we juice. That's separated now. And for those that don't want to like do all the different map layouts, there is a new keystone on the Atlas that lets you just do one map. That's what you like. So they've almost thought of everything, it seems. And the final map of the Astrolab region opens a memory vault, and that's sort of like region specific. So like there's gonna be like, if you want to do unique vaults, do the bottom right region, or I don't know which one has what obviously yet, but chisels, carrying missions, scouting reports, and map device crafts, they're all gone. This also does mean that we're missing the whole like the carrying maps with the blue text, like the enchanted special ones with like harvest beasts. Those seem to be gone. I don't think they're anywhere else either. We don't know it yet, at least. Baseline map density and rewards went up as well. We get a lot more quality or quantity on our maps to compensate for the chisels being gone, so that's nice. So a lot less busy work while mapping. You do still have the Maven chisels as well. And I believe they're now 20 quality per chisel, as opposed to where they are currently. Voidstones will be behaving differently and have new mechanics that buff bosses and add new loot like exceptional gems. That looks quite exciting. And tier 17 maps are renamed to nightmare maps and seem to be a lot more about just like rushing the boss, getting the fragments. So they seem to work quite differently than before. And tier 16.5, the annoying map modes are removed or reworked. Especially like the really bad one, which is like the rare and unique monsters, like per hit, remove 5% of your life, energy, skill, mana. That one was unhinged. Pedal skills are removed. Some of their effects are auto-used from memory altars. Incarnation boss invitations are itemizable now and tradable, and that means that like if you're just like you just don't feel like doing Incarnation Dread right now, it doesn't like ruin your progression. You'll still like keep dropping them. So that's huge. And there are new scarabs for juicing, and a lot of the new scarabs look quite cool. King's March is still in the game. They are attempting to deal with it. Ore is now how you get currency instead of grain, so it's less about the passive income and gold in the same way. Now it's more about interacting with the mechanic, buffing it using herbs, farming the ore, and then that's how you get currency. So at least it's like less free currency than before, but the mappers are now more expensive, and I don't know. Okay, personally, I would like to see... The problem is that King's March is such a passive mechanic that you feel stupid for not doing it. I don't know if this is active enough that you don't feel that way. King's March is something that I don't necessarily need to be changed a lot. I would like to see it on a rotation, or maybe it's there for a quarter of the year, half a year. I would like to see the same thing with Mercenary. It's the same thing I'm very worried about being like a, you just have to do this. It's mandatory for every build. Whereas, you know, you don't feel like that with Strongboxes, Essence, Blight, whatever. So that's my take on those mechanics, but, you know, for now, King's March is in the game. Breach is going core. The hives and walls are smaller and have less of a visual note and can be destroyed by hits. So if you're shooting it with lightning arrows, etc., they do get destroyed. Wonder how this will work for minions. Might just be really annoying with that. You can manipulate Breach via the Atlas passive tree to choose what breach you prefer as well. So if you do want the stabilizing breaches, you can do that. You no longer need to unlock the Genesis tree crafts. Like from the start, you'll be able to craft the uniques and currency items, etc. The progression was a little unclear if that's still there, because I don't think that you just in Act 6 have all the skill points. I do think you still have to unlock that, but that was a little unclear. Maybe I just didn't pay attention to that part. They have also removed the ability to craft weapons. That is quite a big one. That is a big nerf to slams, because obviously before you could, for me, I was crafting 1100 to 1200 PDPS axes on day 1 when I went slabs, which is obviously very strong. And there are new breach scarabs as well. Next up, let's talk about the Ziggy Q&A. And honestly, first off, it was Octavian's first time on one of these. He smashed it, and Ziggy also smashed it. I think this was the best interview Ziggy's done. It was just so fucking good. Awesome questions. And it was Octavian and Mark both seemed really happy, excited about the post. And it was just like really good vibes all around. And in short, PoE 1 now has a dedicated team that only works on PoE 1 all the time. I am very hopeful for this. And I think that'll probably shut up some of the doomers that are like, oh, they're sunsetting PoE. I'm not too worried about that. So they're no longer splitting dev time and attention apart from the two games, apart from like a few people. This should be huge for us. They basically open with talking about the fact that ground loot sucks. And they're working on improving it starting this league. So valuable currency drops are doubled. Crashing orbs, ancient orbs are part of the core drop pool now. And there are more changes coming to baseline ground loot now, but not between now and launch. They just, obviously they work all the way up to the 11th hour. They, till release, they're working. They agree that there aren't enough exciting moments when dropping loot, so they do want to address that. And they agree that rare gear that drops is completely useless and needs changing. So they do want to fix that. They're committed to keeping balancing fundamental issues with the game long term, even if it means revisiting the same issue several patches down the line, which I think is a good thing. PoE is the type of game that you're never going to get it right. It's always going to need iteration. I think we all understand that. And then Memory Strand Crafting doesn't only pick from good bases, but it tries to pick good bases most of the time. Delve is mostly the only source of fossils now. And they know self-casting and channeling skills do need a good look at, but that's not going to be this patch. They said it probably will be the same patch that they do cold dot stuff. Yeah. I've been very excited about PoE 1 for a long time. I do think last patch was a little bit more of a dud. I think it looked better on paper, with obviously being Breach League being very exciting. But it was still okay. Not as good as I'd hoped initially. PoE 1 is in such a good state, it's hard not to be excited right now. It's just been getting better and better. So I'm very excited. Everyone in chat seemed to reflect the same, that this is either the best or one of the best leagues of all time, announcement-wise. Again, we won't know everything until we actually play it. The league mechanic could suck, but it looks absolutely amazing. I'm super excited for this. I'm very, very likely league starting Spectres, or SRS into Spectres, but either way, hope you guys enjoy this quick TLDR of the league stuff. Either way, some of you like the video, but more importantly, try to die than I do. Hi, Cicerine here with another video, and this is going to be a TLDR of the winners and losers of the Mirage patch notes. So if you didn't want to watch like the long video of me going through the patch notes, this is going to be like a quick TLDR. And it's so cool to see that the reception to Mirage is probably like the best reception I've ever seen of a league. Obviously, we have to wait until we actually play. Maybe the league mechanic sucks, who knows, but it looks amazing. I'm super excited. And I love the current state of PoE1. I think other games have been making me appreciate PoE1 so much more as well. But yeah, that's what this video is going to be about. So we're going to look into like the best skills that got impacted the most, ascendancies, and those that lost the most. Slams. Sorry, Karn.
Everything is dog shit. That's it.
We don't yet know the full length of all the new exceptional gems, like we saw like exceptional culling strike, and that will change especially the late game build meta a lot. But we're gonna and there's also the power coins with the new level 1 support that does compete with level 21 gems, which for things like specters is very important to reach the level 30 threshold. So there's a lot of things at odds with each other here, so we're gonna try to cover everything in a quick TLDR. We're gonna start out with the winners of the standout winners of 328. Slams got massively buffed in opposite land. I'm so sorry. That's gonna be number 1 for the losers. But speaking of actual winners, all of us, essences are now stacked to 10. That is a huge win. I'm really happy about that, honestly. Them staying to 9 was always annoying. Specters are a little bit of an oddball. It's actually quite difficult to get to level 30 gem, and level 30 gem is directly at odds because it's at odds with the new the coin gem support thing, because that corrupts it, so you can't get a level 21 specter gem with supported by vicious projectiles or something. So that's actually going to be quite tricky. Spectres do definitely, I would say, get a buff though. The fact that you can get such a big damage boost at a level 85 Spectres from level 30 is quite good. The new minion support stuff should help. Should be able to free up gem supports too, especially on like your secondary gem. You might not need level 21. And then you can have supported by meat shield to free up a gem slot there. That also depends a little bit on the rarity of the new coin support things, which is pretty cool. Another big winner is Guardian. With the Sentinel of Radiance being permanent now, that was a very obnoxious thing to have to resummon, especially for players that aren't clearing maps in 30 seconds to a minute. You do have to resummon it quite a lot. Now, it's just, the slower you are, the better this change is for you. Penance Brand, non-transfer got huge buffs, no longer has the ailment penalty, so maybe the normal gem will see more use now. Holy Flame Totem got a significant buff, especially for the leveling. Looks quite nice now. While Toxic Rift, the bow actually looks really nice. It does treat chaos res as inverted, but downside to that, there are a lot of monsters that don't actually have much chaos res to begin with. So if something only has 20 chaos res, you are only getting, minus 20. And then Despair would just be more useful anyway. Not that good for stuff like that, but hopefully a bit of a buff there. I also do like the look of the Lion Eyes Remorse with the like bow echo. I think that could be fun. The Shock Nova Transfigured gem that they showcased that a lot in the videos. We don't have numbers on it or anything, but it looks super cool. And they did mention in the ZGD talk, I believe, that one of the devs was league starting that and really looking forward to it. So it's probably gonna be good. Absolution, it looks like a huge winner. I wouldn't be surprised if like the best winner for league starting is between like Absolution, Kinetic Fusillade, or maybe some sort of minion thing. But minions look super good, so very excited for that. And speaking of Kinetic Fusillade, that is not nerfed, so yeah, Kinetic Fusillade will be really good. There is also totem placement speed changes, where totems place down slightly slower by default now than before. However, totem placement speed now affects the appearance of the totems, like how fast they appear, not the way they look. So that should feel incredible for totems. So people that like explosive arrow and other stuff, I do think that'll be quite nice. And there are buffs to several bloodline ascendancies as well. So that is the TLDR of most of the buffs for 328, and it looks really decent. I'm sure I've missed things too. And as always, there's always so much like new like borrowed power and power creep that, we will always have a lot of endgame builds that are going to be sick. And there's obviously like the new excitement of the new Scion ascendancy. The losers of the league, both Earthshatter and Viper Strike of the Mamba are competing for top loser. Earthshatter got triple tapped. Effectiveness is down. Auto exertion Reserves more mana. Over extortion is nerfed on damage, and on top of that, the Genesis tree cannot make new weapons for you. So one of the strongest things and why I enjoyed pretty much always league starting a slam build at the moment was because you could, on day 1, day 2 for some people, get like a 1100, 1200 PDPSX, right? In the first like 10 to 20 hours of playing. So that was insane. And even in Blood Aqueducts, you could very easily get a 700, 800 PDPSX. So it's so strong, so free. You don't have access to that anymore. So now you're weaker weapons, less damage, more reservation. You have a lot of problems to solve. To be fair, though, I do think people are still going to be playing it. Karn is probably still going to be role-playing Slammy Boy, so he'll probably figure it out, but it's definitely not necessarily going to be the best starter. Very likely, though, that it'll be one of the first builds into tier 16 still. They are very strong still. Penance Brand of Dissipation getting roughly a 40% nerf, 30% nerf. Still super playable, super strong. It was insane. I think most people had that on their bingo chart as being nerfed. I think this is one of the most fair nerfs, as opposed to what happened to the Viper Strike. I think we were doing a rough estimate of Viper Strike with a member being nerfed roughly 75%. Which is just in time for the Beano's buff. I don't know. It was a bit of an odd one. Elementless Golems also got taken out to the farm. Double nerf on the tree, the notable as well, from the Ascendancy. So quite a large nerf. I do think still people are going to play Golems because they inherently they're quite strong and nice to play with. So, but it's not something I dabble in that much. So I'm not 100% sure if it's still going to be used. Accuracy stacking Hoft from Shaper Gloves. Energy Blade got massive nerfs, especially considering the int bonus to Energy Shield is nerfed. This is going to affect every Energy Shield build, especially int stackers. Pass While Stunned is not a build that I've played, but from what I'm hearing, Annihilated. Definitely cannot AFK through every inscribed ultimatum. Several of the very OP Foulborn uniques are nerfed as well, like Hawa, Choir of the Storm, double Explosion Barracks. We do still have single Explosion Barracks, but this means that unable to chain, and the double Explosion Barracks is probably going to be very expensive in standard. For miscellaneous changes, currency drops are doubled for things that you actually care about, they've said. So that looks very nice. We're very excited for that, and that should make it, you know, less of a miracle to actually raw drop a Divine Orb. I honestly think in most leagues I was dropping between 1 to 5 raw divines. Most of my divines would come from actual league mechanics. Rare item rewards from ships, gambling, Atlas Runners, and Genesis Tree are worse now. This is a good change and should be quite impactful for bringing crafting a little bit more back and not just spamming Genesis Tree to make everything. Same with they've also reduced the drop rate of 6 links. Currently the Genesis Tree had 1 in every 10 items for 6 linked. Which they felt was a bit too strong. I agree. I think that's good. Although I don't think it's super important that generic 6 links are hard to get. I don't necessarily think that's super important. So sort of whatever on that. It's a lot easier to make yourself reflect immune. You can no longer kill yourself to reflect via shock, I believe. So that's good. The map pool, we still have beach and several other good maps, and it should be easier to run whatever good map you want. I do feel like there's a lot of bad maps this season in the map pool, so sort of unlucky. Either way, this is my TLDR of the patch notes. Overall, extremely happy with the patch. Looks super fun. The league mechanic looks super fun. And yeah, I've never seen just like everybody so happy. So thanks for watching. Gonna have loads of videos coming up. I remember we have an interview with the devs on Sunday. I'm gonna be prepping questions for that today. And loads of videos, including league starters, plus collabs with other creators coming over the next few days on YouTube. So thanks for watching. Sub if you like the video, but more importantly, try to die than I do.
Hey guys, I want to make a full league start video guide for my lane hour / Alta hit Deadeye character. This will be a full guide. Just do note the level guide will be a separate video, but I'll have both POBs linked down below, the level POB and the endgame POB. I'll also go over, tornado shot versus Alta hit, first lane arrow. If you want to know my opinion on those skills and which one you should use, I'll be in the video as well. But first things first, let's just do a map showcase. This is like the mid-budget character where you have like a 6-link Kyrie's, Taman's, Fledgling, and like a decent bow. I'll also show a lower budget character as well, so you can see, you know, both versions of what the character looks like at a, you know, pretty decent budget. I would say this character, depending on when the league is, this can be anywhere from 20 to 30 divines. It just depends on the day of the league. Early on, this is more expensive because stuff like Taman's and Kyrie's is expensive. Like a week or 2 weeks in, it's a lot cheaper. 2 weeks in, this would be like a 10 divine character. But anyway, let's just do a quick map showcase. I'll do it in 2 characters. Like I said, it's the higher budget character, which is extremely good clear speed at this point. This character can also do nightmare maps at this point, although it is, you know, a build character is mainly for tier 16 farmer. But I will get to like nightmare maps and all that in the video as well. Yeah, as you can see, build characters, there's extremely good clear, always are. Very, very nice clear. Defense is also usually pretty mid in these characters, but you know, what you lack in defense, you make up for a really, really good clear speed and really good coverage.
Approach, challenger.
And of course, damage is also extremely good at this point in this budget. And you do have the damage for tier 17 plus as well. Now I'll quickly hop on my level 85 character. This is like a pretty much purely SSF character outside of 2 pieces. So this character was a run I did recently. I only brought High Reach Truth and Rat's Nest. Everything else was pure SSF, like off the ground or from the vendor. I don't even have Eldritch Implicits. I have no jewels, level 85 character. So this is like, you know, pretty much a free character, right? It's just pure SSF outside of High Reach Truth, which can be anywhere from like 30 to 50 chaos in league start. And Rat's Nest is usually like 1C. So on this character, I'll do another tier 16 map showcase with exact same scarabs. Keep in mind, this character's level 85. I usually wouldn't be in tier 16 maps right now, so keep that in mind. And it's like I said, like pure SSF gear, 5-link and chest, and yeah, just very, very basic gear. But even at this low budget, those characters are still extremely good clear speed, you know, with no gear whatsoever. Also, at this low budget though, you are going to be pretty damn squishy. Do keep that in mind. But you know, full clear maps is 0 issue still at this pretty much free investment, right? Anyone can get this character done on like, you know, at least less than 10 hours into a league. But you will see the boss damage is quite low. So I wanted to re-record this Boston showcase on the tier 16 map real quick, just to really explain the single target and how to maximize your damage, because I feel like a lot of people might not, you know, fully understand it. So when you're in a low budget character and, you know, you also don't have that much damage, very low gear, keep in mind, like I said, this character is pure SSF outside of the amulet and helmet. Did also buy the belt because I was using Biscos before, but yeah, this belt's like 1C. Rat's Nest is always 1C, and amulet's like 20-30 chaos. So I did put this in the notes, but to explain the single target with fledgling and no fledgling as well, is that for pure boss damage, it's the most optimal being point blank range to constantly get double hit with the LA and LA hit. You won't get a double hit if you're a far short range, because the tornado that you spawn when you cast on crit setup spawns, you know, close to you. It does not spawn on top of the boss. So the most optimal single target you just get straight up double damage is if you stand on top of the boss. This means if you're doing boss content, let's say they do nightmare maps, pinnacle bosses for your 4-stone, even potentially uber bosses when you get that gear, it's best to click point blank on your skill tree. So, you know, use 2 points right here, be 30% more damage because of this, and stand in melee range for bosses. And if you want to get even more damage, it technically would also be optimal to drop return projectiles, because return projectiles would lose some value with point blank, but not a big deal if you do use return projectiles and no gem swap. I don't gem swap, not needed whatsoever, but if you did want more damage, that would be an option. Just give you a showcase. Like I said, you want to stay in melee range, you place down your totems and you just right click. So place down our totems, when a boss stand top, and then we just kill. And the damage is way more than if I were to stand far shot range, like a lot more, over 2x easily. And that's like pretty good boss damage. Dude's boss also heals for half its life. And like I said, this character would not usually be tier 16 ready. So yeah, I hope I explained the single target on this build early on and what you have to do. Keep in mind when you get fledgling, fledgling is purely for map blasting. I did 6% more damage at far range, but it is a downgrade on bosses, because fledgling, when you set next to a boss, you get a negative damage. Now, this does change when you acquire Nimis, very late game thing, but Nimis will make fledgling the best in both map clear and boss damage. Before Nimis though, you don't want to use fledgling for bosses. Using a regular red helmet is just going to be more damage. So yeah, hopefully that explained it all and what you want to do for point blank, melee range, and all of that. Usually when I start blasting Legion, or if you get my 4 stones to start blasting Atlas content, that's when I drop point blank. That's when I, you know, don't need my cast on crit setup, and that's also when I drop my artillery ballistas. So you'll see early on in my crit swap, we have artillery ballista, and we have the cast on crit tornado setup because it's massive single target. Same for the starter. Once again, we have the ballista setup and the storm rain cast on crit. And then for the mid game, once you acquire the fledgling, this is when I drop it. You don't really need Tornado anymore until like a 6th link. Still Ballista, if your damage is not that great, although you can drop at this point as well. Just kind of depends how your damage feels. But this is the point where I start map blasts and stuff like Legion Dunes, where you really want that fledgling, and there's no point Tornado anymore because you don't need that single target damage in tier 16 bosses. Yeah, hopefully that does explain the single target, fledgling versus no fledgling, and when you want to use point blank and when you don't want to use point blank. So now that you've seen the map showcase, let's go over the POB, why play bows, why bows this league, did I versus Warden, tornado shot, LE hit, lane arrow, all that. So I guess first things first is why bows this league. So the main reason why I'm playing bows this league, why it's my league starter, is that tier 17s are removed and replaced with nightmare maps, which is supposed to be a mainly boss focused farming, as in you're not going to use tier 17s anymore. That is gone. The old meta is gone, and that is where bows struggle the most. Bows struggle the most in the tier 17 meta, namely because the layout is not fair to bows playstyle, right? On top of that, they're also extremely squishy, which does also not help with the layouts being very indoors, very close quarters. And on top of that, bows generally have one of the lowest single target damage, especially early on. That can change later on with tornado shot, but obviously tornado shot early on is usually quite weak. So with tier 17 going away, and presumably tier 16 and tier 6.5 become the primary juice in place to be, I do think bows will come back heavily into the meta once again. Of course, wanders are still extremely strong, but yeah, bows in tier 16 and 0.5 content is where they shine the most. Bows are extremely strong in that type of content. Being squishy doesn't matter as much in these wide open maps where you're all streaming everything, and bosses aren't really tanky even in 0.5 maps, so your low single target doesn't even matter. Yeah, that's why I'm playing bows. Also want to play bows. The last time I league started bows was Acropolis League, which was pretty much 2 years ago. So yeah, I do think bows will be a very strong pick in this patch. This overall be one of the best clear speeds built in the entire game, especially when you do get Headhunter. So that is why I'm going to play bows. Now let's go over some notes in the POB, also to make sure you reduce yourself. I have a bunch of notes here and also some basic gear crafting guide as well. I'll also probably make a gear crafting video during the league as well. But yeah, the next thing is probably the big question is elemental hit versus line arrow versus tornado shot. So elemental hit of the spectrum, that is the bow version, not the melee version. It is by far the best option at low budget, but it's the only bow skill that provides a massive amount of flat damage. As you can see here, it provides a ton of flat fire, cold, and land damage, and all three hit at the same time. For stuff like tornado shot, stuff like land arrow has no flat damage. Again, this much flat damage early on, especially when your character is weak. More importantly, when your bow doesn't have a lot of flat damage, it makes the skill, that much stronger compared to these other bow skills. Elemental hit, if you can get it when just
có thằng
entering
đang ra
maps,
bán đặt
you're doing roughly
BOE
almost like 60 to 70% more
BOE
damage than Land Arrow because of how much
từ
flat
năm
you're getting from the skill
2013
gem.
đã nạp
Early and
gần
mid game,
5.000 đô.
early hit is by far the best option. Land Arrow does end up feeling a lot better to play once you actually have a really good bow and high-res ire to make a flat, lack of flat
Đặt
they
từ
don't
năm
have. It's
2013
also the better choice to go when you go Fizz Convert with like a
là đầu
mid-tier
mùa vẽ
bow.
rồi đúng
Land
không?
Arrow feels better once you actually have gear. Because one, the base AoE is bigger, and two,
Nạp
has better
nạp gần
instant
5.000
damage.
đô.
You'll see here on Elemental Hit the
Thật chứ.
Spectrum, it has that one line at the bottom, 15% more damage for each type of elemental ailment on the enemy. So on the first hit of the enemy, you don't have that bonus damage. So when you're doing like one tap on pack clears, Lightning Arrow will probably feel better for that, on top of having more AoE. Yeah, once you have a really good bow, once you have like a high-res ire, then you can swap to Lightning Arrow and it will feel extremely
Mấy anh lại
good.
khéo lại hiếp.
Before that point,
Tại nhiều khi nó có
all
mấy
your
cái bộ
early
đồ
game, for
từ
your full 4-star progression and like moving to mid
thời
game,
đầu.
you're going to be using Elemental Hit the Spectrum because it's just way more damage. As for Tornado Shot, it's generally the worst clear out of all
Thôi chứ
three
nhạc nó
nowadays,
khó bán bỏ
but
mẹ.
provides the highest single target option out of all three. You note this skill generally feels pretty bad on low budget because you really need a lot of attack speed
Tầm
to make
này
Tornado
đứa nào
Shot feel
mua
good
kiểu siêu tầm
nowadays.
thì chắc nó
So
mua
in general,
nhà
I
giàu
pretty
siêu
much
tầm
only
ấy
ever
chứ.
swap to Tornado Shot nowadays when I need that single target damage. If I'm doing like Uber bosses, if I'm doing tier 17 / nightmare maps. If you're doing 0.5
5.000 đô.
content, tier 16 content, you should stick as LE hit or Line Arrow. Tornado Shot is only a swap you should make when you want to do
5.000
that
đô là
Uber
phải ông mẹ
content.
ơi.
Because
Trăm
outside of that, it is just a worse skill. It's only for that
130.
single target DPS. Even when you get a Mirror Fizzbow, you can play Line Arrow Cold Convert. If you do want to play
chia
Tornado
cho
Shot, I
13
would generally
năm
advise to wait until you acquire a +2 bow, or the
là
clear might
mỗi
feel
năm
quite
mỗi năm
lackluster.
nạp 10
Of course,
củ.
you can still play Tornado
Đủ.
Shot on a 5-arrow setup if you're doing a strategy that
Mỗi năm
doesn't
trung bình
require
10
clear.
củ.
So if you're doing like Boss Russian, if you're doing like Maven farming or something, Elder farming, Shaper farming, or doing any of the Maven rotations, right? With the
Thì
suck to
mỗi năm
play,
trung bình
then
10
you
củ
can swap
thì
Tornado Shot
tính
and
ra
you
thì
find
cũng
out 5
không
hours
không
with
phải
a
là
higher
nhiều lắm anh
boss
nhỉ.
DPS. Because with those type of farms, you don't really need map clear, you just need boss
nhiều.
damage. For everything else, I would stick as LE hit and Lane Arrow. Next big question is probably did I versus
Thì
Warden?
trung bình
So in
cứ
my opinion, you
một
only
mùa
ever
nạp
play
3
Warden
củ.
when you need very
Năm 3
high
mùa
single
thì
target damage. Usually
đợt
these
đợt đó có 3 tháng
scenarios
một
is
mùa
early
nhỉ?
on doing tier 17/sniper maps, as the bosses can be extremely tanky, but like Alice progression or 4-star progression for tier 16/0.5
Thế thì
map,
cứ
then
mỗi
Deadeye
mùa
is
tầm
usually
3
just the
củ
superior
hơn.
choice. Getting stuff like Tailwind is just massive for speed, plus your arrow is massive for coverage, and even Mark Transfer is quite a significant boost
Thế
for
thì
mapping.
mẹ skin thằng lùn
On
này chắc
far
nhiều
shots
lắm.
just being generically good. And of course, you can also take chain as well and go like a
Em thấy
chain
nó có
wick and force it up even
em
more
thấy nó
clear.
chụp hai
Also, the
hình,
plus 2 arrow is just like
hai tấm
extremely
hình
valuable
kiểu
and I
cái
can't
huy
stress it
hiệu
enough.
ở trong
If you play
ấy
Warden
á.
early on a bow character, you use
Dài
3 arrows,
dài
which
vãi
honestly
luôn.
just does not feel good for coverage, especially for that 4-stone progression. You really want to be Deadeye for all 4-stone progression. Your damage is more than good enough for getting 4 stones on this character. And eventually, with Deadeye, you can get a Forbidden Flesh, Forbidden Flame setup, and then Warden loses a lot of the value since you can get Oath of Spring or Average to the Wild, and then be pretty similar DPS to that of a Warden, while having all the quality of life as Deadeye. So I think those should be the most common questions. Now let's get some gear and some early progression as well. So with bows, it's very easy to go crit early on. You can swap to crit as soon as you just pick up a rat's nest pretty much, and it's having crit chance on your bow. Those are really the only requirements. You don't need a rat's nest, but this item's use like 1 or 2C on day 1 and gets 75% increased crits, which is very good. But the crit on bow is mandatory to go crit. Without crit on bow, it will feel very weak. Then of course, you want to pick up a higher truth as soon as possible. This makes crit just way better. Level 30 precision is a ton of crit multi. And on top of that, it makes your precision cost a very low amount of mana. Make sure when you do go crit, you also have a diamond flask that is very important as well. But yeah, besides that, you just want the highest elite DPS bow you can get. You don't care for Fizz. Fizz actually doesn't add damage to you when you play elemental hit because you can't deal Fizz damage. The highest elite DPS bow you can get, any element is fine, does not matter whatsoever, with of course crit, and if you can get it, attack speed. Quiver, you just want life, any elemental prefix, increased bow damage, and attack speed. You can craft this as well. Just early on, you're just taking whatever 5-link or 6-link you can find off the market. Obviously, high evasion, resist, and life is always good. Gloves, if you can get Ultra Implicits, +1 rage, and spell suppression or pierce are both very nice options. Besides that, standard, life, resist, and if you can, spell suppress, Bowser early on. If you can't get it, not a big deal. Boots, same deal. You just want life, movement speed, resist, and if you can get it, spell suppress. Action speed on Implicit here is very nice. Rings, before Tamins are very strong, but before Tamins, you're just gonna life resist, and if you can, only have attack skills. You can also craft negative mana cost here as well if you feel like you have mana issues, although this build should have like no mana issues. Although having 1 craft early on definitely can help. As for belt, you either want to use Bisco's Leash if you're doing like high juice content early on, like stuff like Legion, even just general Alice progression. Bisco's is very nice because of Rampage. Rampage gives you rarity, increased damage, and increased movement speed, so it's a very nice all-rounder. But if you don't want to use Bisco's, of course, you can use your standard, life, resist, elemental damage, attack skills, prefix belt. You can use New Blade Belt for the annoying. You can use a Stygian Vise, all good options. I just usually prefer going Bisco's Leash until Headhunter. As for Flask, you want a Silver Flask, Quicksilver, Jade, Diamond, and Life Flask. Of course, these can all be upgraded to Unique as well, as you will see later on in like the Uber ended game section. As for jewels, you're looking for like any multi-jewels. The good thing about Elemental Hit Spectrum is that it's very cheap to get good jewels because it's any element. So crit multi or fire skills, linen skills, cold skills, and elemental skills. There's 4 different crit multis, and then there's a global crit multi. There's 5 different crit multis to get, and you just want 2 out of any of those 5s, and you're good to go. I also do explain jewels in the notes as well. There's other good sets you can get, like attack speed, increased damage of bows, maximum life. But generally, getting good jewels of this build is extremely easy, and the jewels are pretty valuable because bow builds generally don't get a ton of crit multi. Most of your crit multi will come from jewels. And then as you move your way up to the mid-game version, Fledgling becomes a pretty massive upgrade. Usually this helmet can be anywhere from 1 to 3 divines on league start. This far shot here does stack with the Deadeye Ascendancy far shot notable. These are different, even though they do have the same name. They are different unique modifiers, so they do stack, giving you 90% more damage at max range. You have a very strong helmet option for clearing. It's less strong for Boston. Like I said, if you're playing a bow build, you really want to be like a max clear speed build, then this is really what the Fledgling capitalizes on. You don't have to use this helmet if you don't want to. You can just use like a rare basic majestic pelt, or you can use a Brian King helmet for flat added cold, or you can keep using Rat's Nest. But either way, the Fledgling is just very strong, and I would recommend it. Yeah, if you ever feel like you're lacking damage, just keep in mind bow is always the highest DPS upgrade you can get. You can also make these pretty easily with recomps nowadays. It's just the same way you do any other elemental weapon. You combine a bunch of tier 2s or tier 1s together until you have triple elemental prefix. Then you use a Veiled Chaos on the suffix with a lock prefix, and then you just craft attack speed or crit depending on which one you didn't get. Of course, that'll also be in the notes. But yeah, getting a good bow is generally pretty easy nowadays because of recomps. The quiver slot is probably the second highest damage slot here. It also provides a ton of damage. You do want to look at upgrade your quiver as well. Get a multi high flat increase on both skills and quiver attack speed is very, very strong. Then Taimens are a massive upgrade as well. Taimens on League Start can definitely be a little bit expensive. This league is probably, I think, a ton of people using Taimen. You know, Wanderers, bow characters, elemental hit characters, whatever. Either way, Taimens anywhere, usually from 1 divine to 3 divines. While it is a very strong upgrade, it's not like it's needed to play the build. Usually Taimens give around, 15% more DPS, so they are very good, but they're not needed at all to play the build. Now move on to the last version. This is the Inspired Learning version. I also have some clusters. Now keep in mind, Inspired Learnings are really only for like Legion blasting content, or if you're doing like some high juice content where you don't have enter yet. If you're not doing that, if you're doing some other form, don't use Inspired Learnings. They're only ever worth it when doing something like Legion. If you're wondering what you use to set Inspired Learning, you can use a Lethal Pride right here, and then a regular Rare Jewel right here, and you can take out these 2 points for the Frenzy nodes, because that wouldn't be worth it at this point. Yeah, I mean, that's really all it is. I use this for Legion because I do Legion every single league. But if you don't want to use these, or if you're not doing Legion, just use Lethal Pride right here, and then just use a regular Rare Jewel right here. Third Pup is also another massive pickup you can get. These are generally pretty cheap nowadays early on, although they did just change the error maps. We'll have to see if they're still just as common as before. Generally before, this was pretty cheap, like 1 or 2 divines. We'll see how much it is in a new league. And of course, we have the big Headhunter swap. Headhunter is obviously massive for bow builds. They're very, very strong, and it's usually the one item that allows you to push into Nightmare / tier 17 maps. Although, like I said, with this league, I don't think you'll actually need it, because I don't think you will enter Nightmare maps, because tier 16 should be the place to be. But yeah, at this point, the build is more or less finished for a lot of people. You can start upgrading your unique flasks. You can get Cinder Swallow. You can start getting Progenesis. You can start getting Dying Sun. These are all great flask options. And after getting Headhunter, you should be looking to upgrade your bow. Get like a very, very nice bow as well with high LED PS. Generally, a GG bow is over 1k LED PS with crit and attack speed. And then, a top tier bow would be that same stats, but +2 proj. That'll be very, very expensive. Then the quiver. The 6th stat on the quiver would want to be +1 projectile, but those can be quite expensive. Once again, I do have the crafted in the notes. Yeah, that pretty much goes over all the gear. Go over some last notes right here is like stuff like Hyri's Choose versus Yoke, and Hyri's Ire, Duressos, and Rare Chest. This is probably also a common question. So on Elemental Hit the Spectrum, Duressos is roughly equal DPS to Hyri's, but doesn't provide that 30% spell suppression. On the flip side, the chest is extremely cheap, while Hyri's can usually be anywhere from like 7 to 10 divines on League Start. The 20% MS that, Duressos also provides is very, very nice. So you can see here in this, Headhunter POB, if I sought this Duressos for Hyri's, you can see the damage doesn't move all that much, because Hyri's biggest benefit is just that flat damage to bow attacks, but you already have so much flat from your bow and Elemental Hit that Duressos is honestly like a very good, extremely cheap option. A 100% increased onslaught effect is very nice. That's 20% increased movement speed and 20% increased attack speed. And you also get endurance charge on a kill. Now you do lose all endurance when hit, but you are playing an evasion based character, so you don't get hit often. Yeah, so it also does provide that endurance charge for the first hit you take, even an extra 12% elemental and phys DR. So I really do like Duressos for that early game option because it's very, very cheap. Of course, if you're playing like a week or 2 weeks into a league, if Hyri's is very cheap, sure, do pick it up. But at League Start, Hyri's can be very expensive, while Duressos can be very, very cheap. Of course, you can also always use a Rare Chest. And a Rare Chest is generally the best option to use, but it's also the most expensive option to use. So it's something you do want to go for eventually, but it's not like a big priority at the start, because both Duressos and Hyri's are extremely good uniques for bow builds. As for Hyri's Truth and Yoke of Suffering, it's kind of the same story here. Yoke is the better option, but it's way more expensive on League Start, anywhere from like 10 to 20 divines, while Hyri's is extremely cheap and effective. Hyri's for the most part is pretty much almost equal DPS to that of Yoke. The reason why you go Yoke is that it gives you a lot of resist, giving you 80% total resist, 40 lightning and 20 fire and cold. So it helps a lot with that resist issue when you're trying to min-max your gear. As for Lethal Pride, you're looking for 2 double damage notables or a 3 DD Lethal Pride. This all depends on price. I do have my own video linked in here to show you how to search Lethal Prides on POB. It's very, very easy. Even for a new player, it's very easy to do. But yeah, for Lethal Pride, you're looking for like stuff like double damage on these notables. You can see Intuition right here. This Lethal Pride is providing 5% chance to double damage. You want 2 or 3 of these notables. Of course, you can also get like 4 or 5. The more and more double damage you put on Lethal Pride, the more and more expensive it's going to be. Usually 2 DD Lethal Pride can cost like 1 divine. You just have to know how to search for them, which I do show you in the video right here. Another extremely common question is, how do you proc bleed for Cornered Prey? So Cornered Prey is an extremely strong 3-point passive with an extremely strong mastery. 80% crit for 1 point is insane. Then 3 points for 80 crit and 30 multi, along with another 30 crit from these small nodes. It's just extremely high DPS value for such little point investment. Of course, it does come with the condition that the target has to be bleeding. So keep in mind, the small nodes on this wheel already give you % chance to bleed, and deal any amount of fizz damage can bleed in this game. So even Lightning Arrow or Tornado Shot will bleed enemies because they do base fizz damage, because your bow, no matter what you're using, your bow always has base fizz. Now for Elemental Hit cannot deal fizz damage. The way you proc an Elemental Hit is by using a Mana Forge arrow setup with Puncture, and Puncture is guaranteed to bleed on hit. This is just to give you that extra boss damage. Keep in mind, once you have Hit Enter, you can drop this node. It just depends on the kind you're doing, because this node is not high value if you're doing like clear speed strats where you have one tap in packs, because obviously this only ever comes into effect on the second hit, because you know obviously they can't be bleeding until you actually hit them. But yeah, for Boston, this is extremely strong. It's a lot of damage for 4 points, so always recommend to pick this up while doing your 4-stone progression. Pierce first, Fork / Chain. So as always, Pierce is just a superior option when League starting, as it has really low opportunity cost. And then usually Fork becomes a better option when you can afford a Wicked Fork, but it is pretty in the late game, as that can be an expensive gem. This league, it should be called like Greater Fork or something, but presumably it should do the same thing as before. And yeah, Pierce is just low investment option. All you need is a Glove Implicit or 3 points on the passage tree, and that is it. You keep in mind though, for Tornado Shot, you always want to be Chain or the clear feels mediocre. You don't want to play Pierce on TS. Pierce on TS just always feels quite weak. The reason for that is you don't have the AoE impact like you do with Line Arrow or LE Hit on Tornado Shot, which is the main thing that makes Pierce feel good on those skills. And you know, since you're playing Deadeye, usually when you do go Tornado Shot, you just grab the Chain node, and that is how you solve it. This is very, very good for TS. Yeah, I hope that covers everything in this video. If you have any more questions, feel free to comment below. Yeah, you know, Deadeye versus Warden, you know, Tornado Shot, LA Hit, and Lightning Arrow. Went over all the skills. This is going to be my league starter for 3.28, and I'm pretty excited to play bows once again. It should be a very,
Gì
very
đây?
fun
Ủa
league
má,
starter play.
Titicular vừa đăng.
Bows, the one great thing about bows that a lot of
Flicker
people don't really
Giant
mention is
Esat
that for entering maps,
và
they feel like one of the best
Q
characters
Esat
in the
Ether
game.
trong 6
After
tiếng.
doing another fresh run, when you enter maps, you're just destroying everything in white and yellows, you know, all of campaign. It's one of those things where you kind of just take for granted when playing a bow character. Then you play, you know, a melee skill, a strike skill, and you enter maps and it feels way worse, or a spell
36
catch in
tiếng mà đi
maps
cam
feels
chưa
way
hết nữa.
worse. Those don't have that issue. As soon as you enter white maps as bow characters, your damage already feels really good. Your clear and coverage already feels
6
really
tiếng nữa
good.
chưa xong
This is the
cam
big
nữa.
positive bow characters that even on a low budget, even just starting out,
Mà ông
they
giết
feel
được
very
mày
nice
xanh
for
đỏ
mapping, and that
quá
is
cái
just true
đã.
for the whole game. The places where bows lack is defense and boss damage. Boss damage you will eventually get if you want to swap Tornado Shot. That is an end game thing. Defense is something you can never sell on bow characters. It is what it is, but you do have very high range, very high coverage. You freeze and chill enemies, and it's generally not a big deal unless you do an extremely rippy content, stuff like Titanic Exiles and stuff, which has been nerfed and, you know, is pretty much not even part of the meta anymore. You keep in mind when playing a bow character though, you want to be shooting movement all the time. This is not
Black Air Force energy.
Lord bùi biến
Good
biến
old
khổng
Urban
lồ.
Dictionary
Bực
defines
cười
it
vãi
as
đái.
a person or an object that has insane potential and is crazy enough to deal with anything without fear or hesitation, regardless of moral alignment. Crazy enough to deal with anything without fear or hesitation, regardless of moral alignment.
Yeah. Tăng cái flicker chai rút máu boss kia thật chứ. Thiếu cái đam mà. Cạnh lộn. Và mang lộn đăng phim YouTube rồi má làm quả tựa đề phim bữa mấy cặc. Xuyên không kích hoạt hệ thống phối giống phá tờ rinh mỹ nhân vó tu cả lão hoàn đồng nâng cao tu vi. Cả lộn. Đi mà quả tên tên phim dài vãi cả lộn. Phá tờ rinh mỹ nhân vó tu cả kích. Lộn. Ây da, dạo này chiến tranh kinh nha. Mình lầu đi hở tí đánh nhau. Qua bắt tay ôm nhau cái cười phát nào. Sao đánh nhau. Nhìn lướt tới đâu chết tới đấy. Mẹ con em lướt tới đâu thì phải chờ mấy giây nó mới chết. Bố tội. Chán éo tả được. Bùi lồn này. Lướt xong rồi chờ chết, xong rồi mẹ chờ chết xong rồi đồ con đồ chờ rất đồ nữa. Đã có thủ đó đúng không anh? Đọc lại điều kiện nha anh. Đứng yên. Stuck book. Đâu, here là cái nào? 6 rồi anh. Không. Anh phải đứng yên đã chứ. Ờ. Hay là phải chạy? Kỳ. Agility gì cả. Ờ. Lừa rồi. Vãi, thật. Ủa? Ăn nó bên nào EU à? Gì? Sao giờ nó lại đòi EU nữa? HNA giờ lấy EU. Ừ. Có bôi thủ mà. Ừ. Attack spell. Ủa, có sao 250 vậy? Có 250 vậy? Nhưng mà mua đỏ đi anh, mua vàng làm gì nữa? Nhiều đâu. Thế à? Em thấy còn mười mấy nghìn mà. Thôi này cũng được. Ờ. Mất đi. Rẻ. Ê, xuống pha ly cà phê đã. Ấy da. Ờ, anh bố này mẹ nay bà ngoại lên nữa em bị chuyển hộ khẩu sang phòng thờ ngủ à. Chết không? Thì đang ngủ phòng thờ luôn. Bây giờ máy tính phòng thờ, ngủ phòng thờ luôn. Đêm ngủ tự nhiên thế là lạnh. Đâu, dạo này con khỏe không chứ? Dạ, bố em mất rồi. Đâu, đâu. Dạo này tự nhiên bố thèm vịt vịt quay gà nướng. Không, bình thường. Ai chứ kiểu người nhà bình thường. À, quên kể anh nghe vụ này thề này nhiều khi nói thật chứ không phải tâm linh chứ em nghĩ chắc thật. Kiểu lúc mà bố em mất ấy là có chú là em của bố, em ruột. Đấy, là chú là kế bố luôn, kế bố em luôn là hôm mà ông mất ấy là kiểu tang lễ rồi chôn chiếc là xong hết rồi đúng không? Thì là họ hàng anh em ở ngoài quê vô đây là về hết rồi. Thì có chú đó kiểu dạng là vợ cũng mất rồi, con cái cũng kiểu đi làm hết rồi nên chú chỉ ở một mình ấy. Thì là chú kêu là thôi em ở đây chơi với chị với lại cháu cỡ một tuần, kiểu nhà em có một giờ còn mỗi hai mẹ con ấy, kiểu nhà trống á, ông chú ở đây chơi thêm tuần cho kiểu vui nhà đông người tí á. Thì cái hôm chôn xong cái là đêm hôm đấy ổng ngủ trong phòng ổng ngủ thì kế phòng của em luôn. Cái là sáng hôm sau ông kêu chị ơi chắc em về sớm. Sao vậy? Tối tự nhiên tối hôm qua anh đứng ở ngay cửa phòng anh cười với em. Xong xón vãi luôn. Xong ổng sợ quá ổng ra ổng thắp hương kêu anh ơi anh để em yên ổn em đây em chơi với chị với cháu mấy bữa rồi em về anh mà như vậy mai em về. Biết là anh em đấy. Buồn cười quá đấy. Bây giờ ông nói nhiều khi ông hợp vía với kiểu anh có nghe kiểu như là người nào mà kiểu hợp vía hợp ấy người mất ấy kiểu người ta hay dễ thấy hơn là kiểu người bình thường. Nhiều khi vợ con không thấy đâu nhưng mà kiểu anh em với người ngoài hợp vía lại thấy đấy. Dạ vâng. Buồn cười vậy đó. Thế là ông ở được thêm 3-4 bữa nữa là ông về. Cái là ông kêu đêm qua tao có ngủ được cái đâu. Tao qua tao thắp hương tao xin ổng đừng nhát. Cái là tao ngồi tao hút thuốc tốn trà cả đêm luôn. Buồn cười vãi đái. Kêu hôm qua mày thấy gì không? Hôm qua con ngủ ngon vãi lồn. Rén vãi đái. Em hay coi thằng YouTube thằng Iloda này. Iloda thằng này hay chơi mấy game indie này. Đang coi live nó chơi game đấu thầu. Game đấu thầu buồn cười. Đấu thầu mà online nha. Hai thằng vô một cái hộp mù xong rồi mẹ đoán hộp đó bao nhiêu tiền. Chung nó có gợi ý trung bình các món đồ màu xanh đồ trắng là bao nhiêu và hai thằng đấu giá thằng nào cao nhất thằng đó ăn. Và hên xui được nó ăn xong rồi phải coi xem mấy đồ trong là tổng là bao nhiêu lỗ hay lời nữa. Em hay coi bọn nó container đúng không anh? Em hay coi là kiểu một là cái nhóm đấu giá container này, hai là đấu giá cái kho đồ á, kho hàng á, bên nước ngoài nó hay cho thuê mấy cái kho nhỉ? Kho mà một một dãy luôn là hai tụi nó có quyền á, kiểu như là kho đó mà kiểu bao nhiêu năm mà không ai động tới là tụi nó có quyền tịch thu nữa. Nhiều khi người ta không đóng tiền thuê luôn đấy. Là nó có quyền. Nhiều khi mẹ nhiều khi thật nhiều khi người thuê ăn chó mẹ rồi. Những cái thằng container thì kiểu còn mù được chứ mấy thằng kho hàng em sợ nhiều khi nó chất hàng trước mẹ rồi chủ á, nó biết nó có chất hàng chứ chất xong mẹ xong rồi nó mới rao đấu giá. Nhưng mà kiểu coi mấy clip đó mà em thấy tụi Tây nó có sao ta nó định giá mấy món đồ mà em nghĩ kiểu đi mày sao bên đó mấy món đồ này mà bán có giá hả ta, kiểu kiểu giá của nó ảo với lồn kiểu mấy món đéo tin được cái giá luôn. Gửi thủ công, như sưu tầm với thủ công hay là có giá vãi. Tầm hết tháng này, tầm cuối tháng này anh em mình chạy S20 với lại City đi anh. Để em còn kiểu còn nửa tháng nữa để em còn chuyển đồ sang cái app kia. Để em... Tuổi đăng lâu rồi anh, đăng lâu rồi. Nó đăng từ em thấy 2 tuần đầu nó đăng rồi. Cái thằng mà hay chạy cho mình đó, cái thằng chạy cho mình nó đăng mẹ rồi. Sao? Chạy cái nào? City hả? City SS20 thì mình tự ấy, còn City thì chắc Quang nó chạy thì City nó lấy rẻ. City nó chạy có trăm mấy. Nhưng mà tầm ở để cuối mùa chạy đi chứ giờ giờ giá cao. Để điểm coi lại. Bây giờ City thì City giờ vẫn mắc lắm anh, 300 ba xịt lại. 280. Đợi cuối mùa lấy cuối mùa để em nó rao 2 xịt thì em để em trả nó chỉ xịt rưỡi nha. Địt mẹ mày xịt rưỡi chạy không? Mẹ mai ra game rồi đấy. Địt mẹ em đôi cơ chứ. Thằng Lô nó nói gì ta? Bác bác chạy thì nhắn sớm em để em sắp xếp tại sáng giờ nhiều người chạy lắm để em kín lịch. Thì cạc địt mẹ mày 150 chạy đâu. 3 tiếng sau bác xong rồi nhá, kêu địt mẹ mày kín lịch người ta xong trước vậy. Mẹ mày trò mày tao lạ đéo rồi nữa. Bác đặt sớm thôi chứ không để qua mùa không kịp. Kịp cái lồn 150 chạy không? Có. Đen à? Còn 1.500 à? 1.600. Ơ quên, mẹ xuống pha ly cà phê nóng xíu. Ai, vô chơi game đấu giá nè. Demo của Steam nhưng mà chưa ra, thế nó chơi hay quá. Chán quá. Chán chán đấy. Game chơi vẫn chấp niệm Overeem mà anh. Thằng này lại này mà lại coi mấy cái bit drop trên YouTube rồi. Like mà like đấu giá cho bột vô đấu giá nè. Container nghe đấu giá container à? Sao anh? Game online. Nhiều người lắm. Đấy. Chọn mỗi nhân vật nó sẽ có một kỹ năng riêng, tức là nhìn hiển thị hình dáng của tất cả các đồ vật phẩm nội thất. Thì đường viền của năng lượng, chất lượng và đường viền của tất cả bảo vật đá quý. Vậy các đéo chơi được vậy sẽ vào lọ à? Đổi server đâu mẹ, nhớ có đổi server mà. Ao ra vô lại. Mẹ đổi server đâu? What the fuck? Đúng. À đây. Đổi đây. Cắt đi mẹ game load. Nam Mỹ rồi. Error dữ liệu bất thường là sao? À được rồi này, mẹ nó. Game lọ với cắt. Đúng cái demo. Chửi đã tới sau ha. Đấy. Hộp không rõ nguồn gốc. Hiển thị ngẫu nhiên 4 món đồ sưu tập. Tổng giá trị của trắng và xanh là 17.000. Tổng giá trị của xanh lá, trắng, xanh lá và xanh dương là 17.000. Mà đéo có đồ tím. Thế thì địch mẹ... 10.000 thôi. 10.001. Lột Trung Quốc à? Lột 20.000. Vẫn 20.000. Mẹ. Xem mình lời hay lỗ con chó này. Ây da, có đồ tím kìa. Đã lồn rồi. Mẹ mày lỗ sặc máu. Lại 200. Tưởng thế nào. Lại 200. Đó chỉ trung bình của thuốc y tế là thế là có 4 món đồ tím với xanh. Ngon đấy. 3.000. Mỗi chấm 16. Ngon. Sáu bảy tám. Cái địt mẹ. Lại 500 ạ. Vãi lộn 48.000. Mày. Toàn AI mà. Này giờ làm AI hết. Cả hình ảnh AI hết. Giờ game này nhiều khi có AI, giờ nó áp dụng AI nhiều quá. Vậy. Chỉ mai món đồ tím à. Là 10.000, 10.000, 20.000. Ồ, ngon đấy. Ồ, mẹ, lãi được 5.000 ạ. Ngon 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 ngon. 3.000. Không có tím. Không có đồ tím. Anh lồn rồi. Rồi. Phải cắt 80.000. Ngu lồn. Út lôi. thôi nhưng mà mình chạy ra đó bao nhiêu phút cấp 10 tí nữa cháu không tiếng dạ chắc tầm 2 giờ. Ơi, đi đón. Bye anh.
Did you know a group of Raven Guard was so brutal their own Primarch exiled them to the edge of the galaxy? Meet the Ashen Claws, born from the Xeric slaver tribes of
minutes. That's how long your computer's been inactive. What were you doing in there? Watching the latest episode of So You Think You Can Dilly Dally?
You can't ask me that.
So, not a denial per se. I shall be alerting the wage garnishers. Bit quicker. This program here, voila, that lets me know whenever their computer is inactive. Oscar hasn't touched his spreadsheet for 15 minutes.
You guys want to see something crazy? I call it the mouse nudger. Watch this.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
Oh my God, look.
So no matter where Mare goes, her mouse keeps moving, keeping her computer awake. Shall I put you all down for one?
Ken Davies has just invited you to get back to work.
Everyone busy. My little dwarves. And I'm Snow White, their boss.
Marv and some of his team are working on this floor while his offices are being painted, which means he can see everything that we're doing. Nodding a little bit.
Okay, right.
Yes, I am actively agreeing with you. Put up your hand.
I don't know.
Yes. That is a great idea. I'm going to write that down. Barry, you stand up. I think everyone's nodding now. We're all nodding at Barry. Yes. Now, Detrick, you're going to jump out of your chair with enthusiasm. You're going to high-five Oscar. Go. Yes, and oh! We're clapping and we're thumbs-upping.
Tired of being lied to. This is grass-fed cows.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't know y'all was putting them in headlocks.
They're not in headlocks. That's barrier gate. Keeps them from going all the way through and stomping and crapping all over their feet. It's actually quite good for them.
And dumping the grass on their head.
They don't care. They're savages.
I don't know why. The extra $4 I spend for the grass-fed cow beef.
Those are dairy cows. That's not beef cattle.
In my head, I thought they had hotels. I thought they had a little maid. I thought they was roaming around grass, living their best life.
Grass doesn't grow all year. Go look outside.
And y'all got them in the same conditions. Y'all told me they get to roam out there.
Grass-fed and grass-finished doesn't mean they're not being finished in a feedlot. You can absolutely feed grass and grass silage in a feedlot.
Because then they don't be stressed out and the meat's going to be higher quality.
Cortisol stress creates an abundance of lactic acid in the muscle fibers, makes the meat turn an unsavory purple and not taste quite as good. But that's going to happen during the slaughter process. Has nothing to do with how they're fed.
But they just as stressed out.
You sound stressed out. The cows themselves are actually having a pretty good time.
Hey, put your head in the middle. We gonna dump your lunch on your head.
Yeah, they're freaky like that. It's kind of like a man who likes to have his face sat on. It's not for everyone. It's just for real men.
You know how stressed out I'll be if you threw my Chipotle burrito in the back of my head?
But if it was free and you didn't have to pay for housing like those cows.
You know how mad I'd be at that? Like, I'm tired. The whole food industry, especially in America, is a damn scam.
Yeah, that's right.
The hell? So rude. Whoever farm this is, let me dump your plate of breakfast on top of your head like this.
Where's my wife? Honey?
And see if you feel less stressed out for the day with your dumb ass.
Who do you think is the greatest Roman emperor?
I'll tell you my favorite Roman who wasn't an emperor, and that's Marcus Agrippa, who was Augustus's right-hand man. So Agrippa's this interesting guy who is extremely talented. He's a terrific general. He's a terrific admiral. He's a great builder. He's kind of like the troubleshooter for Augustus. He's the guy who wins the Battle of Actium for Augustus. So literally, Augustus would not have become the first emperor without Agrippa. When Augustus rebuilds the city of Rome, it's Agrippa that he gives the job to. Agrippa rebuilds builds the campus marshes. He builds the first version of the Pantheon. He personally goes through the sewers to clean them out. He just has this great set of qualities that he's very self-effacing. You know, I think he likes power. He wants real power, but he realizes I don't have that kind of clever politician's ability to be the front guy, so I'll just serve my friend Augustus loyally. They were childhood friends. I'll win the battles for Augustus, and I'll let him take all the credit, but I'll be his number 2 guy, and that's what I'm good at. And he realizes his limitations. I mean, so many people don't, but Octavian would never have become emperor without Agrippa.
How does the Crucible Knight hit so far behind him during his thrusting attack? You may have seen videos showing how his hand freakishly does a 360 and seemingly hits everything around him, but this is misleading. When the game's running at 30 FPS, this never happens, while at 60, only one frame of this motion is simulated. This is because the weird 360 is the result of faulty interpolation between keyframes 33 and 34, which is keyed in 30 FPS. So at double the frame rate, the game will only generate one interpolated frame between these two. However, by way of a separate system I call hitbox interpolation, the game attempts to generate intermediate hitboxes between the hitbox from the frame before and the hitbox after. If we render these hitboxes, we can see that it does cover some space, but not nearly enough to explain how he's hitting me in this clip. For this kind of hit to happen, multiple things need to go wrong at once, and normally, 2 out of 3 of those conditions are met. First, the attack needs to have a wonky frame, which it does. Second, the points that define where the hitbox forms around the knight's sword needs to be defined in the wrong order. This makes the interpolation algorithm treat the tip of the hitbox as if it were the base of the hitbox, which is why we get these weird straight lines on many attacks instead of the curves you would expect. This is the case for nearly every attack in the game. The final condition is that the hitbox needs to start on the frame with the wonky motion. This normally isn't the case because the frame data is just not defined that way. But if you get a frame drop at just the right time, you'll get a hitbox that looks like this. So why are the hitboxes randomly flaring off as if the knight was swinging from over here? Well, technically, it should just look like how it normally does on this frame, but for some reason, on the first active frame of a hitbox, the game forces all the already calculated hitboxes to instead be rooted on this one point. Specifically, the first point defined in the data for this hitbox to use. If the points are in the right order, this doesn't look too bad usually. It just feels like the arc you would expect is compressed. But here, it ends up extending the attack off the tip in such a way that it can hit targets nowhere close to where the blade is actually slicing. So this is actually a lot worse than the animation tool makes it out to be. If you're still confused, watch my extended explanation in the full version of this video to learn.
I think seeing the creative ways that people have adapted to living in really harsh environments is super interesting. And this is one of the most bizarre and unique examples of this adaptation. I want you to see if you can guess what these are. They're an interconnected network of stone enclosures. Some of them are sort of circular, a lot of them are more rectangular, and they form a network that stretches for hundreds of acres. They're located in the Azores, a chain of 9 volcanic islands in the Atlantic. But for the most part, these structures are only found on this island. It's called Pico, and almost the entire perimeter is surrounded in this network of enclosures. So what is their purpose? They're called Kurais and are a unique solution to one of the problems posed by living on this island. When the Portuguese settled the archipelago in the 1400s, they converted most of it to farming and grazing land. But the island of Pico had a unique problem. It's the youngest island in the chain, only being formed around 300,000 years ago. Because of this, it has much less soil than all the other islands. So agriculture just never really took off here. That is until the 1500s, when Franciscan friars would introduce grapes to the islands. These grapes actually did pretty well on this barren island. But the salt spray and wind from the open ocean posed a huge threat to these plants, so farmers started protecting them with loose volcanic rocks, eventually evolving into the Kurais, which would not only protect the plants from the elements, but would absorb the sun's warmth in this black stone and release it overnight, creating a unique microclimate within each enclosure. This was such an effective solution that these enclosures would go on to encompass almost the entire island, and transformed this inhospitable island into an incredibly lucrative vineyard. Many of these enclosures are still used to produce wine to this day. In 2004, almost 1,000 hectares of the island was turned into a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protecting this unique and resourceful landscape for generations to come. If you want the nightmare of your doom scroll to be interrupted by more fun history like this in the future, sauce me a follow so we don't lose each other, and share this with a friend to tell them that they owe you a wine tasting trip to the Azores.
How do you know you aren't killing people from our side? It's not like we have the same uniforms.
I don't know, I recognize our guys, I think.
You recognize 20,000 men?
Yeah. Yeah, that's about this.
Did you just kill this guy?
Did I just kill this guy? No.
No, good. Because that's Gisle, a childhood buddy. One of the guys. We're a group of close-knit childhood friends who go on trips and hang out on other occasions during the year. Yule dinners and stuff like that. Someone slices his cock too. Who would do such a thing?
Let's clear the village in under a minute in Resident Evil 4 Remake. When you reach the village, turn right and take out the woman stealthily so no one else notices you. Circle around the village until you reach the other side. Turning left there, you'll find a Ganado. Take him out as quickly as possible. After that, turn left again, jump through the window, break the barrel, grab the grenade, and run to the door. Open it while throwing the grenade at the wall in the middle of the group. Pull out your pistol and finish off anyone who survives. No one should be left standing in that room. Do not leave through the front door. There will be a bunch of enemies waiting. Exit through the same window you came in. Now ignore all the Ganados and run to the house ahead. When you enter, skip the cutscene and go upstairs. Get your pistol ready to shoot the glass where the grenade is. Grab the shotgun and the grenade, then quickly run to the window with the ladder and take out the first Ganado who climbs up. Knock down the ladder so no one else can follow. Turn around and jump through the window on the left. On the roof, equip your grenade, move a bit forward, and throw it into the group of Ganados below. After that, when you drop down, the bell will ring and everyone will head to bingo.
Oh, 好看啊。
如果让我遇见你，而你正当年轻，用最真的心换你最深的情。如果让你遇见我，而我依然年轻，也相信永恒是不变的曾经。如果让我遇见我，而我依然年轻，也相信永恒是不变的曾经。如果让我离开。
Oh, hey, I actually just got a new place.
Really?
That's great. Yeah. Want to come by this afternoon and check it out?
Of course.
Well, here it is. Yeah. I thought you bought a house in real life. Brother, building your dream home here in WoW is as real as it gets. You feel that? That's the rustic warmth of a stone fireplace. Or this? That's a 1,000 thread count softness of a rug imported from the knolls of Westfall. I don't know where that is. Or what about the scintillating light from this ornately crafted tusk chandelier? Do you see it? I see it. I also see you're still rocking an air mattress. One step at a time, Steve. One step at a time. Boundless expression. Build your dream home in World of Warcraft Midnight today.
I get a lot of parking fines, and I have realised if you ask for evidence, then often you can get out of the fine. Now, I was up north doing a show and I got a fine, so I emailed the council asking for the evidence. I got an email from some woman called Steph, who said, "Mr. Lycett, I have passed your email on to the Freedom of Information team. Hopefully they'll be in touch with you soon." Now, I didn't like that word, hopefully, so I replied, "Steph, sadly, hopefully doth butter no parsnips." Can I have an email address for the person you have contacted? My lawyers would like to contact them directly. You have been very helpful, and hopefully you won't get caught up in the forthcoming. Forthcoming was sinister enough. She replied, "Mr. Lycett, I'm not sure what you mean about buttered parsnips." I've CC'd in the FOI team who will advise. Now I got an email from someone called Colin who said, "Mr. Lycett, your request is very broad, so I've assumed you only want information pertinent to your recent parking fine. Attached is the evidence which we have, which are photographs of your car clearly parked in a taxi rank." Now the photographs they had are of my window, which had taxi rank written on it by presumably a disgruntled taxi driver. But there's actually no evidence of a taxi rank in that photograph. So I went back to Colin, didn't I? And I said, "Mr. Colin, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me." "I see that your evidence is nothing more than a picture of the words taxi rank written on my car. I would argue this evidence is insufficient. I also put PS, apologies for the delay in replying to your previous email. I'm currently on the Costa del Sol. I provided evidence of this," and then I just put this picture. He said, Mr. Lycett, in order to reverse the fine, you will need to provide evidence that your vehicle was not in a taxi rank. So I said, oh, Mr. Collin, evidence supplied. I was actually parked on the moon, as you can see clearly. I got a reply, Mr. Lycett, I've cancelled the fine.
This is not a crab. In fact, this imposter crab shares less DNA with real crabs than a hippo does with a whale. This is also not a crab. This is a nightmare, but also not a crab. But if not crab, why crab-shaped? It turns out that things just keep evolving into crabs, and an actual leading scientific theory is that crabs are just the pinnacle of evolution, the ideal body type. So, are we next? Well, about 250 million years ago, this group of shrimp-like animals split. These guys became crabs. 4 sets of legs, 2 pinchers, and a flat armored body. But this other group kept that shrimp-like appearance with the longer tail, and they evolved separately for millions of years. Normally, evolution that long leads to all kinds of amazing diversity. Not what happened. On 4 separate occasions, this group tried to become crabs. But there are some key physical differences. False crabs tend to only have 3 sets of legs, and sometimes they stop like halfway through crabification. Unfortunately, you and I do not genetically have what it takes to become crab. But if in your heart you are also crab, subscribe.
A girl and I had a fight last night over her lack of hydration. She said she had a headache, but she swore there's no relation. The only thing to touch her lips is Diet Coke persuasion.
You're not coming with me?
Oh, I'm not allowed to see.
Excuse me?
I just can't watch you leave.
What the hell? This isn't like hell or something?
No.
Then why the can't I leave?
Well, you did leave just now. Out into the stairwell, at least. You left, but you came back.
I did not.
You did. Come on.
My name is Helly R. I have, of my own free accord, elected to undergo the procedure colloquially known as severance. I will be unable to access outside recollections whilst on Lumen's severed basement floor, nor retain work memories upon my ascent. I am aware that this alteration is comprehensive and irreversible.
Okay.
So I'll never leave here.
You'll leave at 5.
Do I have a family?
You'll never know.
I have no choice.
Well, every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back.
Hey!
Sorry.
Maybe keep your eyes on the icy road.
This is Necros getting clocked by this absolute diva.
Everybody say thank you, Cloak and Dagger, for carrying. Thank you, Cloak and Dagger, for carrying.
You're lucky you're not in an Elsa. Or I mean,
I'm
against
sorry,
an Elsa.
who is this behemoth pig speaking to me? Am I supposed to know who you are? Anyways, I don't listen to servants. So like I was saying...
sounds like you know me then. Sounds like you know me. If you're not serving, you know me, buddy.
Of course I know you. The first talking monkey to speak English.
He got chewed up, bro. He got ate up.
I hate the sound of poverty. Would you like me to ship you a new mic? Yeah. I can if you want me to.
It's okay. I'm well off. I'll just get it. Thanks for the feedback, though. Thanks for the feedback. I'll get another one.
Are you gonna steal it? How are you gonna get it?
How are you gonna steal it? From Serbia, it's everything here is cheap, and you know I work internationally.
He's flexing his money.
What is this Serbia? Is that like a new trend on TikTok? What is that? I've never heard of that. I live in America.
It's so good, bro. Aura death, bro. Aura death.
I have to ask you a question then. Sure. Are you an atheist?
What do you mean by atheist?
One who believes that there is no God.
What do you mean by God?
I'll tell you exactly. A creator who, with intelligence, who is aware of his creation.
This is a scientific question. Was the universe created, or was it always here?
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to answer this is through science. We don't have the answer yet.
So where do you think the evidence leads? You look at a baby born and you say, Mother Nature is amazing, or you know there might be a God.
I've had 5, and I think it's great, and I never had for a moment the thought, God intervened to make this baby. Let me ask you a question about that, by the way. If God is omnipotent and omniscient,
yes,
why is it necessary for God to be meddling in the universe after he made it? Why did he make it right in the first place so it would go in the direction he wanted?
Because there would be no need for us then. If the world were perfect, then we could not exist because we could have no freedom of choice to do bad. We couldn't choose anything imperfect.
This is a very egocentric point of view.
That
the point of the world is so that we will do good or bad.
That's right.
Now, let me tell you a fact.
Without humanity, I don't think there's a point to the universe.
Let me now argue about that. A lot of people like that idea, right? It's satisfying.
No,
wait. Let me make a remark. It's satisfying. We're at the center. We're important. We're the reason the universe was made. Feels good, right? Now, let's think of where we are. We live on a tiny world in a solar system which has about 70 or 80 big worlds going around the sun, which is an obscure star in an obscure spiral arm of a humdrum galaxy that contains 400 billion stars, and this Milky Way galaxy is one of about 100 billion galaxies. Now imagine that number of places, and in this obscure galaxy, in that tiny star, that little planet, those guys think they're the center of the universe. It's hilarious.
New septum core banger.
Here's the thing. I don't want impeachment. I don't want them to serve time. I want them taken into the city town square, hung from their ankles, and not them from my country. Not them from my country.
How is it this good? Oh my god! Is this like a new music genre? It's called Karen Core.
If you want to be a functioning member of society, you gotta keep your eye out for things like this. Listen very carefully to what this guy's about to say.
Societies were able to shape stones to optical accuracy greater than what we're able to do today.
Sounds kind of cool, right? Talking about these 5,000-year-old temples on Malta, and he's got a PhD next to his name. But here's the really sneaky part of this. That term he used, optical accuracy, doesn't even mean anything. Its closest applicable field is in optics, and it has literally nothing to do whatsoever with megalithic structures or archaeology. This is what some people call a word salad. And this show, Ancient Aliens, does it all the time. Check this one out that's even worse.
They're using something called fractal nonlinear resonance.
Fractal nonlinear resonance. Wow. All those words actually have a meaning, but when combined like this, they don't mean a goddamn thing, and are constructed purely to manipulate people with science-y sounding language. Once you're aware of it, you'll see word salad like this everywhere in these neo-spiritual spaces. You'll see people use words like toxin in the pseudo-health community, and frequencies in the more spiritual spaces. Here's one more from this episode that's just my favorite.
The ancients were using this profound sound technology in order to access higher human consciousness, to connect themselves with star energy.
I mean, the joke just writes itself, guys. I don't know what you want me to say about that. This is just the tip of the iceberg, because this episode is packed with stuff like this. So I did a full breakdown of it over on YouTube. So if you want to take a break from the doom scroll and pick this episode apart, come check it out, YouTube channel Mini Minute Man. Send this to a friend to align the vibrational frequencies of their star energy.
This is the fastest man alive. Woo! Wow, he's fast. Sped up about that. That's natural speed.
Oh, he's like a cobra with that big lighter.
Wow.
All right.
Look at him again. Get another one.
Here he is.
Huh? Oh, out of breath he is.
What is the speed of light? The speed of light is real, no fake. This is very important.
Okay, yes it is.
And
Just gotta loosen.
it's important the explosion in a relaxed state.
Okay.
Super relax. This is at 70%.
70% what?
Strength.
Now,
Speed, yeah.
85%.
He knows the exact percent.
Okay, wow. I mean, it does seem slightly faster.
Jesus Christ, he's fast.
Woo!
He is incredibly fast.
Wow, wow, wow. Hey, yeah, wow, wow. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
In 1993, Yoshiaki Kawajiri directed a masterpiece so visceral and stylish that it eventually inspired the Wachowskis while they were creating The Matrix. It's a film that blends historical Chanbara with dark fantasy, and even after 30 years, its hand-drawn animation puts modern CGI to shame. This is Ninja Scroll. The story follows Jubei, a wandering swordsman pulled into a deadly conspiracy against the 8 devils of Kumon, each one a nightmare with a different supernatural twist. No long speeches, no over-explaining, just raw creative powers unleashed in some of the most iconic fight scenes anime has ever produced. The art style is dark, textured, unapologetically mature. This is the kind of animation that proved anime could be intense, cinematic, and absolutely unforgettable. If you love samurai epics, dark fantasy, and action that doesn't hold back, this is essential viewing.
O locus ille, betus quondum nunc diminuit, nos destinatem matribus nunc fiuntur ploravimus, lacrimavimusque, sed nemonos consolatur aureum cuirasque baris.
There's that beautiful, sexy man. You come here. Love you, baby.
Oh! Oh! Round and round and round we go, round and around. Oh!
This is a dual disc I've had since I was 10, and these are cards I've also had since I was 10, so don't worry, they're already beat up. I always wondered why they put the spell and trap zones on the outside instead of the inside like the anime, and now I understand it was purely a functional decision, for multiple reasons. When you start adding weight further away from the arm, the more it wants to lean forward. It also would have meant extending this area, which would have meant more material and heavier. But since I'm trying to be anime accurate and functional, I fixed this by using an engineering technique called topology optimization to create the forces acting on this part, calculate the minimum amount of material needed to support the weight, and then 3D printed it. I also angled this edge so it's not as harsh on the cards when playing them, which is something the Proplica Dual Disc didn't take into consideration.
The grip in there is so tight that you are gonna bend the cards. Here, got one corner in, okay, perfect. Thank God it was plastic, because if it was a card, I would bend the out of it and probably rip it and destroy that card.
And of course, I couldn't forget to prioritize my card's safety, so every area touching the card has this protective foam layer. I'm already working on other versions that are hollowed out for future wiring, but for that, you'll just have to stay tuned.
I'm so glad to see more people talking about this.
In Iran, you can get arrested for walking a dog and then they can take your dog away because according to Islam, dogs are najis, which means unclean. In Iran, you will get arrested, not can, will, if you're a female solo singer.
Makes
it
sense.
is against the law. In
Yep.
Iran, not that you have to wear
Don't have a
hijab, but if your
Katy Perry.
hijab is not to the liking of the regime forces, they can push you forcefully into a van and take you to jail. And then
That's
things
smart.
that happen
Yeah.
in those jails,
Oh, yeah.
let's just say that they're not ethical. In Iran, you are not allowed to change your religion or choose your religion. If you do so, you will be executed. In
Wow.
Iran, they would line us up as children, force hijab on us, and force us to chant death to America.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't call that school. I would call that a cult that is trying to
Yep.
brainwash children.
Exactly.
It does get stiff though, sometimes, especially if you're aiming at like a female player model. But now even then, it's hard to aim. When you stab someone, completely numbs the stab area, making it impossible for the enemy to detect or feel a stab. It also comes with a scope for long-range stabbings. One of the most underrated weapons that have ever been created by the weapon. Hey. First, this guy will pull the pin. Once he does that, the second guy is Oh.
My back!
My back!
Susan, just say it once.
No.
Come on, just one.
Nah, she doesn't want to go to hell.
Come on, Susan.
I can express myself without that kind of language. Thank you.
Come on, we got a bet going, just one time.
What's the bet?
Oh, that Ted can get Mom to swear.
Say Polak.
Ted, really?
It's not a race, you can say it.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys.
Okay, just eat your supper, fellas.
I win. You? Wait, you're not wearing pants. Where'd you get this?
Don't you worry about where I'm keeping stuff.
Honey, that's your fourth beer.
Yeah, I had a shit day.
I'm sorry your day was hard, honey.
Yeah, well, sorry doesn't fix the car.
What happened to the car, Dad?
Whole rear fender got smashed. It's gonna be at least $400.
Who hit it?
I didn't see, but I was parked outside the Hong Kong buffet, so do the math.
Wow, that is such complete bullshit.
Hey, we're at dinner.
Yeah, it's a bullshit stereotype.
Tell that to my car.
Maddie, tell her you're sorry.
Of course he won't. Because if he did, he'd be admitting I'm right, which would also be admitting he is a classic Boston racist.
I'm not a racist. My favorite movie is Rocky.
So?
So, he's a black guy who wins against a white guy.
In fairness, Blair, you can be racist, too.
What?
Do you remember when you were a little girl? You used to cut the hair off your Barbies?
Yes.
You used to cut the black Barbie's hair off first to see how it looked.
Wow, that is weirdly so much more damning than anything else today.
Did you?
Yes, okay, I cut the black Barbie's hair, yes. I was 8 years old, okay? I didn't know any better.
What was the black Barbie's name?
I don't remember. Oh my God,
it
she
gets
doesn't
even
remember the
worse.
black Barbie's name. But I still love both Barbies equally.
And separately?
Yeah, what was the water fountain situation like at the dream house?
Yeah, was there like a special entrance for the black Barbie?
Look.
Oh, did you call it the I Have a Dream House?
This is pointless. I have plans with Sarah.
They call me Cuban Pete. I'm the Oh my God. When I play the maracas, I go chick chicky boom chick. I feel like he's. Yes, sir, I'm Cuban. Wait, what? I'm the crazy. How'd that not hit him? When I start to dance, everything goes chick chicky boom boom. The senoritas they sing and I swing with that umbrella. Jesus. It's aura? Yeah, I guess so. Like, I actually don't know how he didn't get hit by that.
I'm going to expose the difference between a professional and an amateur magician. You see, the amateur magician would use rings like this and have them link as if by freaking magic. And it does look impressive, but the truth is they're not really linked. It only looks good from the front, but from the back you can tell they're not actually linked. Now you can do some impressive stuff, like you can spin the ring and then simply snap, and it separates as if by magic, but what you really want is to use the magic of a professional. Check it out, I've got a rope here that you can find under your mum's bed. If I tie the ends of this bad boy up as tight can be, there's no way to get that ring off the rope unless you know the secret method, and that's that you want the knot to be directly center of the ring like so, and then you turn it 180 around the knot and it melts through like it goes through a castle wall. How cool is that, man? Now you can link this back on, and all you've got to do is bring it down the length of the rope and it will link as if by freaking magic, but the truth is I like to take it to the next level. You see, as a professional, I don't even need the ring to impress you. All I have to do is take the rope like so, I take the ends of the rope and we can pop them right off. This leaves us with a rope with no ends and ends with no rope. Of course, we restore that back to its former glory. Then we take the ends of the rope like so and we just place them inside of our pocket. From here, all I have to do is snap the fingers and they switch places with the middle. And that has to be worthy of a like and share.
What does a brand do when you fail their creative challenge? Well, let me tell you how I found out. I had bought $3,000 worth of stained glass because Blizzard had asked us if we could build something from the brand new World of Warcraft expansion, Midnight. With only one restriction. It had to be done in 12 days. And stubbornly artistic as I was, I refused to accept my limits and decided I was going to do my very first attempt at stained glass craftsmanship on a massive door for our future Victorian office. So I spent hours on the design with over 400 individual glass pieces, all to make a grand display of Silver Moon City, home to the Blood Elf, before Salatas attempts to destroy it. First, I had to score the glass, then crack it on just the right spot, then polish it over and over on the grinder. When I finally started to get into a rhythm, the days just started to fly by. And by the time I got to the soldering part to connect the glass bits together, my time was up. I frantically wrote an email with a ton of excuses and wondered if it would just like pull the plug on the entire project. And in the meantime, I did what I had to do. I finished the soldering, did all the woodworking that was required to put the thing in its place, and finally, after 20 days, I can't even believe I thought it would be 12, it was completed. And when Blizzard got back to me, they were super understanding and they were just glad I completed it despite me, well, failing their challenge. Now I have a door and we just need to make the rest of the office. Check out the new expansion for World of Warcraft Midnight, available right now.
接下来我就不客气了，你能怎么不客气？
Can I afford this type of charcoal?
This is tungsten steel, Ben Chilton. It can be used both for burning and for self-defense. I just cannot afford it.
Can I afford this type of charcoal?
This is bamboo charcoal. It will not catch fire, even if sprayed with oil. The burning process is very stable, inexpensive, if you can afford it.
Can I afford this type of charcoal?
This is walnut charcoal. It can be used for brewing tea and barbecue. You can have your friend buy it for you.
Can I afford this type of charcoal?
This is machine-made charcoal. It is also the most common type of charcoal, affordable, and you can afford it.
Can I afford this type of charcoal?
This is quick lighting charcoal. It ignites upon contact with fire. Very efficient and convenient. You can afford it.
I might be a little bit insane right now, but did you know that if you'll abandon Werewolf's Meat and then return to it several days later, you will be greeted by this cutscene?
This pig went on an alcoholic rampage. No, that's not clickbait. This really happened, and as with all good drunken rampages, our story takes place in fucking Australia. More specifically, it starts in the middle of fucking nowhere, WA, where a couple blokes were out camping. And as any good Australian would, these lads brought with them the camping essentials. Let's see here, we've got swags, box of snags from Woolies, and most important of all, beers. And those beers are why, at 4 in the fucking morning, these lads were suddenly ripped from sleep by a really weird sound. A low, snuffling and grunting noise, followed by the sound of bending aluminium. So, to ensure they weren't being attacked by, pick a native Australian animal, they got out of their tents, turned on a torch, and shined a light at it. And what they found was a wild pig
shotgunning all of their piss. And I don't mean 1 or 2 beers. No. Daddy Pig was on a serious bender because he managed to down 18 fucking cans. Now, fun fact about beers. Once you hit the 18 mark, all of your stats are redistributed into strength and you gain the frenzy debuff. This is why, after being spotted by the torch, the pig fucking sonicked away from the now empty 6-packs, knocked over the garbage cans, paused, turned around and ate the garbage, then continued sprinting to a nearby paddock where it started headbutting a fucking cow. This really pissed off the cow, who turned around to face the pig. And it was at this point, looking up at the very pissed off Big Mac, the pig realised he genuinely wasn't built for this shit. Yeah, this little piggy turned around and fucking booked it out of the paddock, being closely pursued by the ghost of burgers past. The cow chased him around a car for 10 minutes before giving up, leaving the still drunk pig to stumble away and pass out in a fucking bush.
Hey, does your posture slump like this, and despite your best efforts, you always get pulled back down? To fix it for good, first we have to see which of these 3 postures is you. Starting with rounded, where your upper back is sloped forward like this, which basically means if your upper back was a cup, when you tilt forward, water would come out the front. Or number 2, where your lower back is extra arched, which is the classic sticking your butt out posture, which means if your pelvis was a cup, water would pour out the front. Or number 3, sway back, where your upper back is still rounded, but now your hips are shifted forward, which basically means that neither cup tips forward. Instead, the lower cup shifts in front of the upper cup. If you were posture number 1, we have to strengthen these muscles because they're responsible for bringing your upper back upright. But as you can see, you're looking to the sky now, so we need to strengthen these muscles on the front to bring your head back to neutral. Extend your back all the way up while squeezing your shoulder blades back and keeping your head neutral and getting a good pinch. Keep your head straight down so you do a chin tuck, allowing you to maintain that upright posture. Now, if you were posture number 2, we need to roll your pelvis backward, and we can do that with your glute muscles, which pulls it backwards, or we can use your abdominals, which pulls it up and back. Begin with your feet on an elevated surface, bring your hips all the way up, and then march each leg up, keeping a 90-degree bend in the knees and making sure your back does not arch. If you were posture number 3, we need to get your hips back under your upper body. And we do that by strengthening the glutes, because one of the glutes' main jobs is to pull the body upright. So if they're weak, your body wants to fall forward. So as a compensation, your body shifts your hips forward, resulting in sway back. Grab the band and stand all the way upright. On the way down, lower with control and come all the way up, driving the hips forward. This builds the hip strength you need to not fall into sway posture. And the other key to fixing all these postures is making sure you stand in good posture during the day. And you can check out the link in my bio to take my root cause quiz if you need more help fixing it.
So I posted a video that my snake hates Markiplier, and the logical conclusion was that he doesn't like the sound of Mark's voice. So I figured I would try again, but with it muted. Okay, we have Mark going, and he's muted. And he seems angry, but I'm not exactly sure what he's looking at. No, I think he's looking at Mark. He's looking at Mark. He doesn't like Mark. I don't know what to tell you guys. You paused the video. Why don't you like Mark? Tofu. Why don't you like Mark? I'm so confused. Tofu. It's okay. Why don't you like Mark? I don't really know what the deal is, guys. He's upset again. And he's staring at Mark. He doesn't like Mark. I definitely think his voice is part of it, but it's not just his voice. You pause the video again. Again, we're muted. We're muted. He just doesn't like Mark. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't think he likes Mark. Tofu, don't look at me. I didn't do this. Well, I did. I showed you Mark. I'm sorry. Now there's an ad going. And he's leaving. He's leaving. All right, I'm gonna try someone else with the volume on.
Confront that fear head on. I guess I'm going up. The heels. I don't know. I wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude for...
He's leaving. Here he is, with Charlie going. He doesn't seem bothered by whatever's going on the screen, and he's leaving. I can't even get him to sit still long enough to care. He hates Mark.
At long last, the time has finally come to highlight the fiercest dragon in Runeterra. No, not that one. There we go.
Time to spread my wings.
Shyvana is a ferocious jungler with more tools than ever before to chase her foes and take them down in one fell swoop. It's time to unleash your inner dragon. Welcome to the Shyvana Champion Spotlight. First, let's look at Shyvana's passive Scale Mail. Shyvana gains scale.
Well, fuck me. So I'm the bad guy for blowing shit up, but you having the Boy Scouts' main bitch in your rotation is heroic? Box that rich bastard in. Tag, you're it, whore.
Get off her, you Pennywise motherfucker.
What in the hell are you dumbasses aiming at?
Whoa. Thank you, plot.
Did I hire from the Stevie Wonder Association? I said take his head off, not his goddamn pinky toes. Go dump the whole clip on that son of a bitch, now!
Good looking out, fam. Superman, I low-key need you to help me save a hoe.
Kinda ironic, isn't it?
Gang, can you put all that to the side for a second? Lois just got.
Yeah, no shit. Some surprise you gave her.
Master Bruce, I must admit, my heart sank to my ass just now. I thought Soups was going to boom yo shit to the orbit.
I hate when people go on Ancestry.com. You know, they go on Ancestry.com and there's like,
I just found out my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was on the Mayflower and he's the fucking captain.
It's like, shut the fuck up. First of all, that doesn't reflect you at all. Nobody cares. Doesn't make you a better person, a more interesting person. Clearly, all of our ancestors were just trying to survive, do the best job they could. You never hear anybody bragging about something, you know, normal that most of our ancestors ever did. You never like,
I just found out my great-great-great-great-grandmother was on the fucking Mayflower. She was a waitress and she, she dropped something and she got fucked by the captain, so I'm kind of also related to the captain.
But I found out when I was 10 years old, my dad told me the most consequential event of the 20th century was World War II, and that one of the most consequential events of World War II was the liberation of Europe, D-Day, June 6, 1944, and that my grandfather was there. So I said, can I go talk to him? Can I go talk? He said, no. Your grandfather suffers from this thing called survivor's guilt. Why did he survive when his friends around him were all killed that day? So if he wants to talk about it, he'll talk about it, but if he doesn't, he won't. So I said, oh, fuck, So we used to go see him every Sunday. Finally, one Sunday, my dad said, hey, Robbie, Grandpa wants to talk about D-Day. I was like, what? No, yeah, just let him do the talking. So I went in there, and I said, Grandpa, you gonna tell us about D-Day, June 6th, 1944, the liberation of Europe, Omaha Beach? What was that like? And I'll never forget, he told me.
Well, I was sleeping in the morning. And since the Amerikaners started attacking, I said, mach schnell weg ab, they are coming! They are coming! Herr Hitler was right! They are fucking coming! Ich habe eine große Schwanzdunkel und rot in Dicke. So we're shooting. Killing as many Americans as we could. But there was too many, and then the fucking Canadians start fucking coming. Luckily, we had booby traps, so bombs were going fucking off, and arms and legs, American arms and legs were fucking everywhere. I picked them up, I threw the American arm and the leg, but there was too many. Finally, we ran out of ammunition. I threw down my weapon, put on the woman's dress, snuck into Belgium, sucked a few dicks, but I survived the war.
Wow, I know. I understand what you mean by survivor's guilt.
Every ship in my game actually has a secret ghost double, and the characters do too, by the way. But why though? Am I making a Halloween game, or is it some secret gameplay mechanic, maybe an Easter egg? Actually, it's way more interesting. These ghosts solve a massive problem that every game with moving platforms and complex physics synchronization faces. To show you what's going on, I'll explain it in 2D first. So we have a character, a static island, and a ship rocking on the waves. The character jumps from the island onto the ship, and then what? How do we sync the player's position with the moving ship? The first solution that comes to mind is to track the ship's offset and rotation every single frame, and then just apply those changes to the character. But this approach comes with a whole mess of issues. First, there's error accumulation. If the ship is constantly moving and rotating, floating point errors build up and your character starts jittering like crazy every single frame. Second issue, complex collisions. Since my ships are made of thousands of individual bricks with each of its own collider, recalculating all that physics on a moving object would absolutely kill the performance. Third, we have AI navigation. Most games use nav meshes to tell NPCs where they can walk, and these are usually pre-calculated once. Updating a nav mesh in real time while the ship is moving would absolutely tank your frame rate. And then there's all the nightmare stuff involving network replication. Honestly, that's a whole different rabbit hole that we'll have to save for another video. If you're an Unreal Engine dev, you basically have three options. First, use the standard character movement component. It has built-in sync, but the result is a laggy, unstable mess that's honestly impossible to use. Option 2, use local coordinates. As soon as the character boards the ship, they start moving in the ship's local space instead of world coordinates. This actually fixes the error accumulation and jittering, but it still doesn't solve the complex collisions or nav mesh issues. And here's option 3, the one I'm using for Shiver My Bricks. Do you see anything on screen right now? Looks empty, right? Pretty much like my brand new Discord server. But actually, there's a ghost ship hidden here. In technical terms, I call it a proxy ship mesh. The logic is simple. The moment you step on board, your ghost is teleported to the proxy mesh. This mesh is completely static and has all the complex collisions enabled. You're actually controlling the ghost in a void far across the map, but your camera stays locked to the real moving ship. The algorithm calculates the ghost's position relative to the proxy mesh and applies that vector to the real ship in local space. This means zero recalculations for collisions or nav meshes. They stay static. You get perfect jitter-free movement because physically, you're just walking on a stationary object. If you want more behind-the-scenes dev stuff, join the Discord. It's a bit empty right now, but I really hope to see you guys there soon. Thanks for watching.
So I gave birth to my orange-flavored son a few years ago, and when I tell you I could not have prepared for how orange he actually is. I knew oranges aren't like normal cats, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into. He's got all the normal orange cat stuff, like screaming at the top of his lungs, just because. He'll knock toys into the wall and then swiftly follow it up by crashing his head into it afterwards. He only gets access to the collective orange cat brain cell once every... never. But this one's a special breed. When I got him as a tiny little kitten, before I knew what I was in for, he would purr non-stop to the point I thought he had a breathing issue. So I took him to the vet to get his lungs checked out. Everything came back totally fine. I didn't quite trust it because, again, he was purring non-stop. Eating, sleeping, pooping, he was purring. So I took him to another vet to double check. Same thing, lungs were totally fine. He's just that happy all the time. To this day, he is perpetually purring. I can do literally anything to this cat and he won't stop purring. You just have to look at him for a second and he's happy to be acknowledged for existing. Follow me if you like cats, I guess.
Have you ever caught yourself wondering what was the first dinosaur ever discovered? Well, I'm going to tell you all about it. My name is Kat and I post daily dinosaur and animal videos every single day. So this is Megalosaurus. Wait, no, that's an outdated picture. This is Megalosaurus and it's commonly thought to be the first dinosaur ever described in scientific literature. So until 1842, nobody had heard the word dinosaur. Until this guy, Sir Richard Owen, noticed a very interesting shared trait on 3 different fossils. And Owen also tutored the children of the royal family in science and was famous for beefing with Charles Darwin. Anyway, his discovery was that the dinosaur species Megalosaurus, discovered by William Buckland in 1824, an iguanodon species discovered by Gideon Mantell in 1825, and a Hylaeosaurus, also described by Gideon Mantell but in 1833. All shared some physical characteristics, most notably that at the base of the spine, some vertebrae, which now known as the sacrum, had fused together throughout the animal's lifetime. So then in 1841 he makes a 2-hour-long speech to the British Association, and then in 1842, a year later, the term Dinosauria is used for the first time ever, in Owen's own report, but still. But dinosaur bones have likely been discovered for hundreds of years before then, and honestly that's probably what led to the depictions of dragons in cultures. I'm sorry, angry creationists in my comment section, but giants and dragons didn't exist. A funny example of that is this bone here, Scrotum humanum. You can do with that what you may. And this fossil was attained by a guy called Robert Plot in the 1600s, and he was convinced that it was a giant bone. This bone is most likely in fact a femur bone to a Megalosaurus, but the fossil's since been lost, so scientists can't verify that. It also technically means that Megalosaurus's first actual name may be Scrotum humanus, but we'll just put that in a box somewhere and forget about it. So I hope you enjoyed learning about the first dinosaurs ever officially named, and to all my American followers who make fun of me for being British, you have to thank us for something, and that is technically dinosaurs, so bye!
Okay, look, you're not in trouble. As I know you saw the hit and run, I just need to know what happened.
No.
Guys, just need to get some information from you. You're in a safe place.
Safe place?
Safe place.
I haven't done my taxes in 9 years.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that.
Safe place. I gave away my girlfriend's dog when she wasn't home. I took it like 20 miles outside of the city, and I just left it on the side of the road.
Again. About today.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. Immunity. I got a hand job from my aunt. I was 13.
Sanctuary. When I was a little kid, I had a neighbor, which was a little slow in the uptake. A lot of kids made fun of her. Yeah, not me, though. We actually played together quite a bit. A lot of times when we were in my backyard, I would hold her down and smell her boobs. Sanctuary.
Sanctuary. Cone of silence?
This isn't...
Can we get a cone of silence? My great uncle kidnapped the Lindbergh baby. But he didn't kill it. Cone of silence? Killed the baby.
Parlay, I've been having a 2-year consensual relationship with this guy's fiance.
Are you
When are you gonna
serious?
marry? Come on, hey, come on.
Just got parlayed?
Parlay. I spent a pretty significant chunk of my time at the gym just sort of watching people in the mirrors.
A cone of silence. I put baby food in all of my food.
I make most of my income selling bootleg copies of Soul Plane.
I'm a really bad vegetarian.
I refuse to pay child support.
Dad?
I am not a pilot.
I T-boned a school bus.
I've started a lot of forest fires.
I was the reason